Yeah, I just didn't know why, if it was. Yeah. Well, I've been using this owl in my center. Yeah, they work well. It's been shocking how people can the person on the still understand what they're saying. So,
For real. I'm surprised you didn't.
Sorry. We're live streaming right now, so if the camera's not working, I'm gonna go get the adapter and I'll come back for it.
Okay, so we'll start.
You can start. So we're unmuted right now. They can hear right now. So right now, fix it. Minute there, minute back. Minute fix it.
Start with introductions and
Yeah, I apologize about this, but I really should have.
just send me the link.
So the link is, it's already live on YouTube. It's on the Texas Architecture homepage. I'm gonna send the link to Kelsey, and she's gonna configure all that other stuff for us. Do you want the link as well, so you can distribute it?
Yeah.
I can do that, please. Yeah, that's no problem.
Same for me.
I have to start at some point.
I'm very serious.
Normally, I would just recommend having that. That's perfect. So whenever you stop, just hit send on the Zoom, because nobody else is in the Zoom.
There's no way to pause it and restart.
If you want that, we would have to like schedule it between us for me to come back up here and restart it. You can stop it on your own, and then you can figure out when I can come back and start. There's no way
Okay,
to
man,
pause
it's
it.
okay. It's maybe a hassle. So I'll just end the Zoom.
Yes. Another way you can do it is you can just mute the microphone and mute the camera and just have it on screen for the reviews. But let me go grab that adapter over here.
Perfect. I asked the same thing. He said he'll send me the link. Okay. But it's already streaming on the Texas Architecture YouTube page.
It's pretty easy. I'm sure it is. So I watched it, it looks already on.
yeah. Those were they're actually like financials. Those are financial models. My topic so much, I think is understand their concern. We use affordable. So financial. Oh, and what kind of weird?
I remember seeing like his video of like computer drawings and stuff. It was focusing drugs on the wall. I better not get a scam call with you. Oh yeah. It's like selling sunset with the cameras open. Yeah, this chair. They're just, they're like 5 years old. There you go, you just go lift it.
Yeah, I mean,
You're gonna take this class.
Right.
That's not doing.
It'll be saved on YouTube.
No one's taking the class. That's great, because then all the people.
Sorry.
I'm gonna get started then.
Yeah, we're good. We are good.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here on time. Sorry about the delay, technology. So I would start by introducing the studio to our guests, mainly, and then I'll introduce you and we'll go through the projects. We'll see 3 projects hopefully this morning. So this studio examines the residential real estate ecosystem of New York, looking to find ways in which architecture driven by capitalism changes our cities and our cultures, and in the end, architecture changes itself. In order to understand the system, we have identified 6 key protagonists who basically drive the system in its conception, design, and execution. The 6 protagonists are the city, the developer, the real estate agent, the architect, the interior designer, and the builder. So, as a first, as an entry point to the work, the studio elaborates on the dynamics and the relationships between those protagonists, unveiling streamlined mechanisms and data intelligence for building production. We use New York as a laboratory, a place that has to showcase an incredible inventory of radical building examples in the last decade. Buildings that are being understood as pieces of architecture, but also are understood as business endeavors. And in a great extent, the success of architecture is measured in dollars. In terms of the studio, a more practical approach, we worked in groups, with groups of 2 or groups of 3. We have 13 series in total, so 5 projects. And the beginning was an exploration of building phenomena centered loosely around one of the protagonists. And students were asked to identify building trends, mannerisms of the condominium architecture, and form a collective archive of ideas and observations. After the spring break, these groups, the questions they formulated through their exploration, they used these questions to as a departure point to design projects that speculate on the overall system, imagining extreme scenarios of building fantasies that are comprehensive but also critical. So there is this balance between being realistic and inhabiting a fantastic world. Each project is creating its own reality and it inhabits within it. There is a critique that is trying to come out, each one of those. A lot of them are ambiguous in their positioning. And of course, there's a good amount of irony and hopefully a tasteful sense of humor in the presentations. If I could make a quick categorization of the projects, there may be two kinds. One kind is a project that develops a building as an autonomous design project within the condominium context, and other projects that are more urban driven. So they're looking at kind of greater strategies or greater policies at the scale of the city, or at least at the scale of the neighborhood. Last thing, and I don't want to say too much about it, all the presentations have a bit of a performative element of them. So we're trying to simulate behaviors, attitudes, jargon of the 6 protagonists. So a lot of things you will see today is they have a little bit of an element of role play within them. Any questions? So I will start. I'll introduce our guests now. Starting with Brian Norwich. Brian, I believe you know him. He's an assistant professor here at UT. He's an architecture historian. His research focuses on architecture and building practices in the United States and the Atlantic world in the long 19th century. Brian received a BA in philosophy and a BA in architecture from Mississippi State University, a master's of architecture in philosophy from Boston University, and AM and PhD in the history and theory of architecture from Harvard University. His writing has been widely published. Next is Stephanie Choi. Sorry, I have to figure out like a short version of your bio, so
I need to delete the whole thing.
I did the best I could in 5 minutes.
It's much too nice. Yeah.
But in any case, we're really happy. Oh my
gosh.
That's what I'm trying to say.
You start off something here. I'm so excited to be here.
Okay, Stephanie Choi. She's a 2022 Emerging Scholar in Design Fellow here at UT. Stephanie works at the intersection of architecture, installation, and video. She's an architect, artist, educator, and writer based in Brooklyn, New York. She is the founder of the architecture practice Daphne and has taught at Parsons and the New Jersey Institute of Technology. She was also a fellow at the Académie Scholz Solitude in Germany from 2014 to 2016 and has exhibited in Hong Kong, Manila, New York, Stuttgart. She also holds an MArch from Princeton and a BA in comparative literature at Stanford. So, Stephanie, thank you for being here. Next is, what, do you have any comments or you? Rafael Benitez Duran. So Rafa and I, we became friends here in Texas about 4 years ago. He has seen the previous version of this studio, and he's a big supporter of the idea. Rafa is the principal at Z4A Office of Architecture, based in Madrid, but also in Houston. He is the director of the undergrad architecture and program at the Gerald Hines College of Architecture in Houston. And he has BR Academic Studies in Architecture at the School of Architecture, Polytechnic University in Madrid, in ETSAM. In 1998, he was awarded a PhD by ETSAM. Sorry, that was in 2016. Rafa's practice spans in the fields of architecture, design, architecture technology, and architecture theory. So thank you for being here. Thank you. Eugene Won, who we just met, and we're delighted to have you here. She's a lecturer in architecture and research associate at the Harvard Graduate School of Design, teaching and researching the reciprocal relationships of digital media and physical artifacts to perception, representation, and materialization. More recently, she held the Irving Innovation Fellowship at GSD. Eugene is the director of design practice pre and post, and has completed installation projects for the Museum of Brisbane in Australia, Tokyo Designers Week in Japan, and the Seoul Foundation of Arts and Culture in Korea. Thank you so much for being here. Last but not least, Kyle May. Kyle May is principal at KMA Architects, which means Kyle May Architect, which he founded in 2014. He is a registered architect in New York, Massachusetts, Ohio, Texas, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Michigan. He's going for all the states. Kyle has taught at Rhode Island School of Design and the New York City College of Technology. And he also co-founded Clock magazine in 2011. He's the editor-in-chief, publishing 17 titles to date. Most recent chapter called Feeds, which was released very recently. Was it last week? Kyle has co-curated a number of travel and exhibition and has been a 2014 Brown Foundation grant co-recipient for his research on architect Wallace Harrison. He has also co-edited 2 architectural monographs, Unboxing New York and Expositions, the Pavilion Dialogues. I had the great pleasure to collaborate with Kyle on the Unboxing New York book, which also shares maybe a common ground with this project that we'll see today. So, moving on, I would like to invite the first team, which is Ali Maton, Victoria Workman, and Emily Klaus-Cordes. And they will show us a project that is investigating the relationship of development and public space in New York City.
Yes. Thank you, Kyriakous, for warming up the audience. I'm Allie. I will be playing a stressed out New Yorker.
I'm Emily. I'll be playing a developer.
And I'm Nikki. I'll be the city planning commissioner.
Yes. And our project, Public Playscapes, is a speculation on the potential development of the New York streetscape in relation to high-rise residential buildings.
Do you need more space for the performer?
I think this is a good space. I think we can do it. We're very.
But maybe you understand art.
I do have minimal props, so let me watch out. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hey, are you still on the train? How much longer? 45 minutes still? God, I'm so tired. I've been walking around Midtown all morning and now I'm exhausted. I can't find a spot to sit down anywhere and every coffee shop is packed. Not like I have the money to buy a coffee right now. Also, did you know Midtown only has like 2 benches? Do you think if I flash an old Amtrak ticket in Penn Station, they'll let me sit down? It's the only place I can think of that has seating. I really need to use the bathroom too. You know what? I'm tired of this. I'm gonna go complain to the city. There needs to be more places to sit and public restrooms. I don't care if New York is the city that never sleeps. Surely if I complain enough, something has to change, right? Okay, sorry, I'll see you soon. Can you believe that Midtown only has 2 benches? I'm really tired of having to pay for a coffee or something just to chill, sit, and recharge. The Instagram got to go NYC has saved me so many times. It's an Instagram that posts all the bathroom posts to a bunch of private businesses all around New York. I am definitely going to have to start advocating for the public. We deserve to sit and public restrooms. Also, all of these huge chain businesses like Starbucks and Sweetgreen are taking over smaller businesses. Why can't the luxury condos and fancy commercial buildings like give back to the average New Yorker and help out local New York business? They should design their building to be more democratic and useful to the millions of people who will inevitably walk by it in the future.
We're gathering here today with the city planning commissioners to discuss the passing of public playscapes bill. I am representing the public with the new zoning initiatives that enhance our city. The bill states, the city of New York will allow developers to increase their floor area ratio depending upon the implementation of various public spaces in their lot and throughout their buildings. If developers so choose, they can combine various tiers of public space to increase their FAR. This bill will allow for better, safer, and more walkable spaces. These spaces will be used for free amenities such as public restrooms, benches, tables, thus creating a vibrant community within the blocks. These spaces will also allow for pop-up programs such as seasonal activities, New York events, food trucks, outside classrooms, and open-air markets. Even the subsidized restaurants close by will have access to added public ground space. This bill will aim to benefit the true New York small businesses and the general public. With the implementation of these incentives, block connections will begin to form, creating informal avenues to allow for pedestrian escape and enhance the functionality of the city and adds to the city blocks. These incentives can even enhance the sidewalk beautification program that we have in place in the city. We want to make it clear that the public playscapes bill is a community-driven incentivized program that focuses on New Yorkers in their day-to-day lives to give back to the residents to make New York City the greatest city in the world.
A new residential hires we're planning on funding was a perfect candidate for the new public space incentive program. Using the mix and match catalog, we were able to maximize our FAR and increase it by 8. This is unlike any zoning incentive program we've dealt with in the past by rewarding us, the developers, in more ways than one. The design of this building now has ample ground level space for any number of activities, ranging from food trucks to outdoor workspace. That's going to attract a whole new demographic of buyers while also serving the average New Yorker. At the last developer meeting, everyone was asking me why I would consider giving up some of the most profitable building space to make way for some silly little benches. And I've been trying to remind these stuck in their way developers what public parks and common spaces have done to property values and the return on investment they have in Manhattan, especially in Chelsea with the implementation of the High Line. And that's not even to mention the benefits public parks and common space has on local health, social capital, and an increase in tourism. But they do have a point. Do I really want to give the public free space? I mean, I'm not really in the business of giving away space for free. But after going through the mix and match process, several rounds of design meetings, and eventually seeing our building filled with life, I think this is the most lucrative solution we've seen in ages. These incentives also create a contagious level of development to occur in the future. The new public spaces on the ground floor that I originally would have filled with a high-end lobby and some commercial tenants now allows us to build taller and increase rent to reflect the abundance of access to amenities. On a recent site visit to this newly built project, I stopped at the local coffee shop across the street. They were thrilled when I told them I would be the reason they have access to additional outdoor public seating so close by. Even if the people weren't going to buy a coffee from them, I bet with my help, they will now. It warms my heart and wallet knowing I will be making an impact on their small business success.
Wow, New York has really changed over the years and for the better. There are so many benches now and public restrooms. I barely have to check Got2Go NYC anymore. The new buildings that have been built with the incentive program are such a nice break from the regular monotony of the New York streetscape, and with the free amenity space and block connection. Wow, I just got paid today. I'm gonna go buy a coffee across the street and sit outside on a bench. Wow, it would be really nice to sit or nice to work or live in this area. I wonder if I could convince my roommate to live here.
So now, are you navigating us a little bit through the sections and documents, or?
Yes, yes. Oh.
Start at the beginning.
Yeah.
One was fantastic.
Thank
It was navigating through these beautiful set of drawings. Maybe just.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that these sections are representing that
Yes.
city where you were speaking of. Right?
Yes.
So, we started to research New York and realized that there was this obviously issue of no public space or limited public space. So, we have this map showing all of the free restrooms on the NYC Got2Go page. And the free public benches, and New York like documents all the benches, and there were like maybe 2 or 3 in Midtown, so it was kind of crazy. So this is a map of Midtown. Moving into that, we looked at our project and tried to figure out how we can implement that in this space. And so zoning initiatives, we have 2 different schemes. One is an inner block condition, and then one is going to be a corner condition. And there are 5 options that we came up with. So there's a covered condition of public space, which we think would be the lowest FIR, just because it's not getting natural light or things like that. And moving on, we have uncovered and terrace conditions, building connections from other buildings, and pathway connections into city blocks. So if you mix and match all those, essentially the building gets taller, but it may shoot on the ground plane and terrace up with public space. So
then we kind of begin to look at it through a Noli map, kind of understanding that like public space and like what couldn't be accessible to the regular New Yorker. So we're kind of investigating that in this warm view here, where everything that's in the darker is not accessible freely, but everything that has been voided out is accessible within this plan, like places to rest, to sit down, to recharge your phone, or sport courts. We were really trying to investigate like how recreation can be investigated in the city.
and that could be used too with the schools nearby, with the park districts.
Right, and like also the gym space could be used for not just like sporting events kind of things. Like, yeah, it's just an open area for the city to be using. And then within this aerial view, we essentially shared these buildings to kind of really highlight these half avenues that have begun to form with the block connections, allowing for like a safer passage. I know that there is kind of one that's already occurring in Midtown, or I don't know if it's Midtown, but there is one that is happening in New York right now, but we really want to kind of build upon that as a precedent to keep building the New York ground level. I actually went to New York back in March. It was the second time I'd ever been there. And I had this experience of walking around and being like, I just really want to sit down, and like, I felt very exposed on the regular sidewalk. Like there was just, I wasn't really feeling good either. So it felt very strange to like be just standing in the middle of the city on like this street corner, like feeling sick. And like, I just wish I had someplace to go that wasn't a coffee shop and I could just sit outside and just have a moment of peace, but I wasn't like exposed on the streetscape. So that was also like a personal reason. And I came back to the girls and I was like, let's kind of reinvestigate this project from like a sit down perspective and how that can like change the way we view the city.
Obviously, like these buildings would start to pop up over time. Like,
Yeah.
we can't just rebuild New York. So a lot of it is like very speculative, and like we take different iterations.
Yeah, so just like piggybacking off of that, definitely like something to note about this kind of warm view Noli is the kind of permeable nature of the blocks in contrast to the original development map that we had started looking at, like creating a lot of open circulation and moments of refuge like, within that existing block framework. And that is kind of being expressed through the section, is having these different forms and buildings being manipulated in different ways to allow for that seamless block to block connection. And also showing how this public space starts to infect the like lower levels of the building. It's not just confined to the ground plane at this point. It's sort of like taking over different avenues of space, because we are giving the developers like the opportunity of building higher for their like residential reward.
Can you speak to the sections? Presumably pink is public space in this, right? So there's actually quite a bit, for example, in this building here that's devoted. It essentially looks like a cultural institution, right? But this cultural institution or what have you is part of, it's an offset, or it's an incentive, it's incentivizing, so they're getting, the developers getting more at they are essentially.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think first off, this is a really really enjoyable presentation. I love the play acting, right? So the setup of the studio is quite fun. And I think there's something to this section that, for example, I think Hong Kong is a really good precedent for you in terms of public space. It's just
Someone has
so
mentioned
schema.
that.
Okay. Yeah, so Hong Kong is really a good example of this type of really bleeding of public-private space. So I think the question for me is the question of corporate public space. That is what this is essentially creating, right? So it's kind of private, it's kind of public. And I think there is something really, I love this kind of mix and match, right? Because you can imagine this starts to create a lot of formal variety, which is the implication of this section, right? Is that there's a lot of different ways, depending on the site conditions and the incentives you've created, to create a lot of technological variety within Midtown, which doesn't have a lot of technological, or we're stuck with the kind of early 20th century setbacks, right, that we're all familiar with. So I think there's something really inherently generative of the policies you're creating to create this like kind of free-for-all. But I think for me, what's worrying is the condition of corporate public space that I think is an interesting question then to pose back to policy, which is like, how do you administer that space? How do you get, who gets to decide who designs that space? Is that space then open to a more public bidding that's not controlled by the developer? For example, the developer doesn't get to decide the qualities of that space or the access to that space, right? A lot of these spaces, like I'm thinking the Ford Foundation, you know, there are a lot of corporate atriums, right, in New York City, and you kind of have to know about it. It's not necessarily common knowledge, right, for a tourist. So it's like, oh, but this closes at 8, or you can't do this, right? There's lots of rules, there's lots of regulations and control. So I think for me, the question of control in this is something, an interesting thing. You created an interesting problem that then goes back to this generative model. The other thing that came up for me was gentrification, but we're talking about Midtown, so it's fine, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna kind of echo some of that. I mean, I think in a lot of ways, this isn't a radical project at all. This happens. I mean, we've seen this with Plaza Space. We've seen this with, there's a fresh program, there's senior assisted living program. They do this a lot. There's inclusive housing programs. So they kind of trade off between the little square footage and public amenities, or amenities for a specific group of people has been happening. And I mean, I just echo the comments that you have to like really consider what the details of these spaces are. And you almost have to look at it from a very pessimistic point of view as like, oh, cover condition, what is the worst cover condition that someone is going to do? And how do we back that up and institute a series of regulations that make it not that? And make it something that's actually usable. But I mean, a big question is, are all these publicly owned or privately owned public spaces, or are they, like, what is the ownership model?
So we spent a lot of time kind of researching the COPS system. But like in this like projection of New York, we were hoping it would just be like a city owned, something similar to the High Line. So it would hopefully be more democratic in a way, and like it wouldn't, I know, like term. But yeah, because once it becomes like a privately owned public space, yeah, it becomes like more dictated within the private ownership, and that's something we're trying to stay away from because we want to make it as democratic as possible, but there's still like the nuance of like New York City legislation that's we still have to flesh out. Yeah.
Who maintains it and
Right, yeah.
polices it.
Mhm.
So a lot of rules on the High Line.
And the Highline closes.
It closes.
But so do public parks.
Like
That's
8
true,
p.m.
technically, yeah.
Yeah, I was impressed when I went to the High Line, like they had people there like that worked there that had like a little logo on the shirts. I was like, I wasn't expecting there to be like paid workers to be here. I don't know, that could be something that could be implemented within this project, of like that could provide jobs.
I think there is something, I really enjoyed the performance as much as he was bringing. New Yorkers can stay better, but I've been visiting a New York and feel, I don't know how much the building one of these big towers is a promoter of these machinery that everyone you're saying. I can see the difference here because it's just everything. It's like even, I don't know, it's that produces produce more anxiety actually. So I think that the machinery of this city, which is an expression of, right capitalism, all these forms that are putting aside the civic condition of the city, right? I think this is a kind of city work, right? And when you're bringing the idea of the public in the core of the private one, I think it's very attractive. The problem is very, very interesting. I don't know if you have. I'm very, this science fiction narrative. There is one that might be interesting. Which is the 2140, which is one in Manhattan will be it's like 3 or 4 levels under the water. And it's a narrative that is explaining how nature is the only tool that will reclaim the public. Right? Which is I don't think we are, as much as the project is very interesting and the performance is like putting in question where is the human condition of these machines? How much are we, you were asking the ownership on it. I think it's a very smart way of discussing this project because the ownership is capitalism itself. We're not even in control of this thing. We're like, like just everything we do is directly driven by capitalism. You're saying, we're kind of rest for a few moments and go to the bathroom and share like, be myself. And I think there are 2 interesting documents you're bringing here. One is this one, which is the Nolly. The Nolly is interesting. You're doing, the acts into these. We have been rules what the real meaning of Nolly map. Before the Nolly map, there was another one that has less attention, which is the one of Bufalini. The Bufalini map was exactly what we already call the Nolly map. The Bufalini map is the one that is discriminating the mass and the street as two things. There is a kind of dialectic condition of these two things. But the naughty one is the one that introduced what you're doing in that one, which is the semi-private, semi-public condition of some buildings. So the city is not only the street, it's the street plus all these other elements. But another element that is important is that the naughty map was different to the Buffalo map. Buffalo map was orientated to the east, which was Western Christian orientation of the whole world. But the Noli start to look at the north, bringing a thermodynamic condition of the city. This is a completely change of the others and bringing back the idea of nature instead of the idea of God. And in that capacity, I think that, what you're doing here, have the opportunity of reflecting deeply how a city like New York will bring this condition of the public is maybe the impact of nature. Nature exists. Floating New York will permit you to build a new real public condition of the city as much as we're trapped into it. So my link with the Noli versus the Bellini and this particular detail of nature versus God, in the deals we say, God we trust, right? So there is something there that could be a very intensive power to go beyond, assuming, okay, we are digested by the forces of capitalism and our only way of resting is privatizing the resting momentum, right? And that point is very, very interesting. I really like the conflict you are bringing to the conversation and how are you representing with these particular drawings, poster. They give me a lot of material to think about this dilemma. Are we really capable to transform the capitalism force to rest? This is what you see. I can't rest because
Capitalism won't let me rest.
I used to say, even if I have the money, I can't rest.
Yeah, I can't.
So very nice. And if you can take a look at this movie, it's fantastic. It's really getting into our mind. Where the public will start to lead these cities. I don't know. I'm living in Houston. It's very live in preparation. With these critical
That Jonathan Perry book 24/7, like Capitalism is Sleep. This is basically like it's a kind of long meditation on like our inability to sleep under like capitalism. It would be a great read for your tired New Yorker to understand who they are. Do y'all think your developer was profit driven enough? I think they were. They're like, I appreciate the kind of like, it's great they can sit down and they'll probably also buy one of my coffees, right? I would wonder, like, as you play it out, like, could you play up how much you're driven by profit more to get at this problem of like, you're gonna get to the minimum of what you have to do. Was that thinking about like in late 19th, early 20th century New York, like in the tenement buildings in particular, but I can't remember when this is instituted, but the kind of minimum light well size between the kind of C-shaped buildings, right? Whatever that minimum number was is what every single one is built to, right? No light well is bigger than that. So I wonder, like, one way I could see playing this out would be like, whatever you say, here's what I'm trying to do, you're like trying to get by with as little as possible. And then like, what would that change about these kind of sections? Like, I could see that as a way to test yourself as a designer trying to institute codes to make somebody not do something which everything about the kind of the kind of system of capital is pushing them to do. So I wonder if there's another way to make like raise the conflict even more. I mean, I don't know how evil you want it to be, or evil's the wrong word. Like, I don't know how profit driven you want it to be, but I can imagine playing that up a little bit more. And then think about like the ideology, like the rhetoric of I'm doing this for the public, and also I'm going to make a lot of money off of it. Like every time you hear Stephen Ross, the head of Related, talk about the Hudson Yards development, like he's always like, we made the space for the public, like we put the shawarma there for the public, like, you know, like he has the ability to share the ideology that y'all are putting forward here. Like he embodies that as he speaks about what he's doing. And I don't know if he's convinced himself of that. Like that's the amazing thing, right? That he might also believe that he's doing that, but also just continually making an enormous amount of money off of it. So I can think about like playing up those tensions even more as if you act this out again down the road. So that's one thought. My other one is, I think on the kind of question of the Noli maps, it's interesting looking at your Worm's Eye Noli and the way that, you know, the difference of it from like the way the Noli map is drawn is that you have the interior spaces of the buildings colored pink, and then the road and everything else is a different color. What would happen if you did this drawing where you weren't distinguishing between interior public spaces and exterior public spaces? And I wonder if that would start to raise some questions about if manipulating the road itself is like part of the project here, because like the thing that gets left alone here is the city grid, right? And there's these interesting moments where like you're starting to create kind of almost suburban, and you're isolating the building from other buildings as a way to generate more space. But like I could see another way to draw this being not distinguishing road and either paved area or road and interior area, and that might start. We might see other possible relationships there too. I mean, did y'all like ever consider the street as something that would change, or is that like the grid is fixed and then we manipulate other stuff?
The street was definitely a factor when looking at like the half avenues, because it's like you can walk one part of the block to the next.
Yeah.
But yeah, we should have definitely digested that one.
Well, and I don't mean it as a critic, like you better do this thing now, like add more stuff in it, but it's interesting like to think about where we draw those. I think it goes back to Stephanie's question of like these corporate public spaces, like where we draw those lines between public and private. The road becomes a particular space, especially in New York now that the technique of bullish scope and paint it with that gray or that green kind of area and put some like planters around it and reclaiming lanes of the road for gathered public space. Like there's those shades between like purely interior black space and the road itself. There's a lot of possibilities in there.
Yeah, so I like the project as an idea very much. But yeah, there are some, in terms of the premise, there it could be thought as a very naive ideas to some degrees, but I thought it would be helpful for you to calibrating the target users in your precise way, because, and I'm thinking about the New York context, but do you know the linear, the concept of linear? So the way the view or reading the city is very different between the tourist versus the residents. So the tourists, I think it makes sense if they think of the Ford Foundation, tourists not know that building very much, and they won't be able to use that space unless they know of that building. And also, if they think about the Noli map, it maps the public buildings within the buildings as well. So if you're just walking around the city or without knowing that kind of space, you'd not be able to reach those little public spaces that are kind of hidden inside the buildings. But if you are the resident who are using and working in this area or at the buildings regularly, then you might be able to find these hidden places or some public spaces that are in the interior spaces. So it might be more favorable for, it might work for those residents. So as I think about my experience working in New York, like the workers who you have lunch regularly in this area will love this idea very much, and they will be able to find in. But if you are thinking about your, like a case looking around the place to sit, I think it makes sense to have more public space at the street levels. It can be more recognizable easily. And I'm also thinking about the kind of like solutions around the ownership. And if I look at these options, these should be negotiated between that developer, also the owners or the developers of the buildings surrounded to your building. And that can be really tricky. So do you, are you familiar with the Uber's Elevate projects? So they were developing this unmanned aerial vehicle services, the shared ride services by using small, the airplane. So to situate those like landing pads on top of the buildings, they had to negotiate how to drag the people to get to the rooftop of the building. So if you think about New York, a lot of the rooftop spaces are not being used. So ideally, there might be thought as a kind of perfect space to situate some of the public programs, but the building users, if you're the residents of the building or if you're a worker in the building, you not want to encounter these kind of random people every time. So you will have to control how to drag the people inside a building without having those kind of conflicts. So a lot of issues of ownerships and circulation, etc. So I was hoping to hear that kind of speculation in more details. As I'm looking at, there are a lot of interior spaces. There are like mixed with kind of public, private programs. So yeah, I just wanted to give you this sense that can be put together as a reference.
I really like this comment that you are bringing up there, this conversation with the representation itself. I think you did a pretty beautiful work on something that I was struggling with this training, because it looks like you're seeing buildings different perspective, and I really appreciate that because it's kind of challenging the reality and the gravity of or giving more agency to the ground floor. There is where the is where it is. And I wonder if this conversation, even though the drawings are beautifully presented in terms of expressing this idea, what about if there is an inversion? So the black, the impact of the black, which is pretty much structuring what we see as the reality or the most imperative reality is transformed, and then we have the space of the space of the public that you're claiming, and then you dissolve the city, the bones or the black elements become soft tissues, and the black mass that is the one that is dominating the drawing becomes the other one, right? Like talking on representation, because the topic of Nolima versus the other one, it was a very intense question. What do we represent? What is the one that is giving more impact or agency? For example, the black versus the white. The black is giving more agency to the block on the street, and so you can invert completely the whole perception of the plan. If you change the color codes, then you make the black to be the over figure scale of the and this capacity, I think I'm wondering, and this is because your students are invited to these things. As an idea, I wonder how much that's the whole narrative will completely transform if the color code is inverted. And in order to challenge this status quo we have of the crochet being the hidden part of the building, what is the hidden part of the images? That's why sometimes these being inverted colors intentionally in order to write some ideologies that are there might be attractive interest in this case. And I wonder, another question is if this is the same way as this one. So you're not respecting the graph, right? Which is like these drawings are some of the towers are going this direction, some are in this direction. Can you elaborate just a little bit about that? Because it's so attractive. And it's very
The direction of the buildings?
Yes, like what did you, because it's bringing a subjective view from.
We probably rearranged like the alignment and the angling of the building maybe like 15 times to figure it out, and I still don't think we've like totally gotten it to where it should be. But ultimately, like while we were like kind of adjusting like how the view would be, it took us a little time to figure it out, but we were really trying to figure out like what is the best way to like show these half avenues. And it's kind of hard because like no matter, sometimes like some of these buildings like will cross with the other one, but we were trying to think about things on like a 45-degree angle and like how can we play with that angling of these like very strict blocks, like building blocks, and like how can we like peel them back to create those like half avenues, like really emphasize.
So you're moving that in order to show the space, right?
Yes,
Which is
yes.
fantastic.
But does that do anything to show the space? That's my question. Like, this is the clearest one where you can see the space. But I don't know that the buildings help. But what I think could be interesting, like you're implying the three-dimensionality of it. And here you're starting to suggest that public space could be in a space other than the ground level. So that's kind of what I would hope is that you don't show the buildings, but you show the extension of the public space, kind of a three-dimensional Noli plan, Noli axon.
Straight and only.
In learning from Las Vegas, in the big version of it, they try to draw Noli maps of the Vegas Strip, like, and they do it like 6 or 7 times, like color coding and like figuring like, should we do this is black and this is white? Like what happens when you make the parking lots the figure? Like, oh my gosh, it's nothing but a parking lot. Like I wonder if there's I wonder how many ways you could flip this map to try to highlight what is not accessible and accessible space from different points of view. Like if it's the pedestrian point of view, like in the Worm's Eye one, I wonder if the cars were also black, because they are, you can't, I mean, the street where the cars are driving is where you as a pedestrian are as terrified to be as the inside private space of the building, right? So if those were black, and then the interior space of the buildings was the same like light kind of tannish color as the exterior, then you would start to read that differently. Or if the parts of the roads that aren't crosswalks are black, or like, I'm just trying to start think like you've developed a representational technique here. Now how can you use it to help yourself, to help us like see the possibilities of space in a city that is essentially about grid and then private space on the other side of the sidewalk.
You could also do free versus paid space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you could do it like you had raised earlier, like policing powers, like you could show who does the like paid Kyriakous person have authority to this point, you know, or does NYPD get overtime, you know, like all this kind of stuff. Like and imagine that it's like a technique that there's a lot of other possibilities then. I mean, in this one, like the road is black, but what happens if you the cars are the same colors as the people, and the cars are the same color, you know, like I can imagine using the thing you've already made and just flipping colors to start seeing other stuff too. I don't know how you do that in this section, but it seems like it would also, there might also be something here, like that the interior spaces of buildings are filled pink, but exterior space, like this doesn't have a fill on it, even though maybe it's functionally similar to some of these spaces. Like, how do you start to read exterior ground space in a similar way to interior accessible space there?
It's very nice to bring in car to competition. Very, very, very good. Because of, you have a bench in the car. So.
That's true. You could have just called an Uber to sit down.
I don't need money. Was a friend sitting down.
It's about to have a parking garage full of benches around.
Well, I did end up at Penn Station. I had an Amtrak ticket, but my train wasn't for hours. I was like, I just want to sit down. So I just went and sat in Penn Station, the worst place in America.
Okay, are there other comments or? I think you get fantastic feedback. I love the engagements of all the members or all our guests. And they exposed all the difficulties that you have struggled with, but also I'm very happy that this was the idea, that the core of the project was able to be very well articulated and generate a great conversation. We'll talk more in detail later, but thank you so much. Great work.
Thank you. Yeah, that's Caesar.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
The meeting was long. No, I was just testing if I could trust you guys. How close you are. Who, what?
He pointed it out, he's like, that's Steve.
And
Let's wait a couple of minutes for a rather.
Shake it out.
Oh, right there. Studios are down.
Yeah.
You keep yourself.
Yeah, yesterday, yeah.
this is on the wall.
Yeah, it's the wall.
Oh,
Yeah.
You'll be up for sliding that direction.
Yes.
Chairs don't move really.
I don't know. I guess.
You guys have comments?
Yes.
Where
It's this place in on South Lamar. Really nice.
All right.
Yum. Looks good.
Voodoo Donuts.
So good.
Voodoo Donuts, it's on 6th Street. Like, it's really wacky donuts. They're pretty big.
Isn't it all about the toppings?
Yes.
Like, it's that crazy topping.
They all have weird toppings.
Yeah.
One of my favorites, it's kind of weird, it's like a cereal mix with donuts, they have this like icing on it. It's like really milky, and it's like
We'll put that on my to-do.
it's like really big honey boxes.
I think it's gonna be.
Okay, we continue with Anisha Kamat and Marshall Morgan.
Right, so my name is Marshall. I am the real estate broker for the Reverie, this particular project. And accompanying me is world-renowned architect, and we would like to present to you an opportunity to live in the only surreal building in all of New York City. So challenging the typical notions of luxury, the generic conventions of hollow, lifeless boxes with regular rooms has been replaced with a lifestyle like something pulled straight out of your dreams. These listings emerge as a breath of fresh air to those tired of the overused, expected ideas of luxury where blank white walls mean neat blank white ceilings. I mean, life itself isn't simple or boring, so why should luxury be? Here at the Reverie, you're invited to challenge what you know and become comfortable with the uncomfortable, sculpting a new definition of privacy in an environment that is really flamboyantly imaginative. Living in Manhattan, you still get to experience that iconic New York charm, but the rooms here really challenge that norm and provide a refreshing living experience. An extraordinary collaboration of world-class designers has resulted in a surreal landscape right in the heart of New York City. World-renowned architect Anisha Kamat has truly captured that dreamlike wonder of surreal artwork. For example, travertine stone walls suspended from ceilings, polished granite tables that bend and turn, floor-to-ceiling ultra-clear glass that folds right in and out of the Manhattan skyline, delicate arrays of columns stretching floor to ceiling. This refreshing, unique interior experience is a collection of dynamic objects that anchor the domestic activities and suggest occupation, but they really leave room for personal imagination. The Reverie has reinvented the conventional luxury residence for the dynamic lifestyle of the modern New York buyer. With the revitalization of room planning and structural organization, the building itself begins to conduct a performance of eccentric architecture. There's just something terribly compelling about navigating through a room interspersed with columns and walls, so dynamic that they really become sculptures right inside your living room. What our team of expert designers has created is a strange juxtaposition of the ordinary as well as the bizarre. Everyday life here is activated to the point where everything around you becomes a visual pun or puzzle. There's something about it that's just exhilarating, but at the same time restorative. Living here, you spend your day within iconic New York, and you get to come home to surreal residences and world-class amenities, like a captivating spa and pool. Columns puncturing the pool with frosted glass changing rooms provide that desired luxury treatment, combined with a revolutionary twist. Architect Anisha Kamat can go more in depth into how exactly we were able to transform these surreal artworks into more of a living experience.
Thank you so much for that, Marshall. And I'll be going into more in depth about the conception and design of the building. The modern tower is a complex combination of systems that is impossible to coordinate due to their extensive scale. These include a robust structural system and a circulation core, heating, cooling, and returning supply ductwork. Eventually, due to the overlap of everyday construction techniques with antiquated room layouts, there are bound to be conflicts between all these systems. These modern conflicts become surreal in their own right, but unfortunately dysfunctional. Our design grants all these systems autonomy with a revolutionary strategy never done in the tower before. allowing us to expose structure, services, and circulation in a manner strange to what you would normally expect. Rather than desperately concealing these collisions or outright avoiding a solution, the Reverie displays the independence of all the systems at play, creating a return to surrealism from a refreshing point of view. The design of the Reverie begins with a radical construction system that takes the ordinary way of widening a column towards the base and fractures it. Rather than thick, obtrusive columns that would disturb and disrupt, the delicate columns above fracture and multiply, compelling you to rethink what defines a room and how to navigate in and around them. Additionally, the HVAC system, as well as the return and supply ductwork, are organized in a similar fashion, multiplying in order to maintain a slender form. The slants of the columns, as well as the sheer number of them, allowed us to further separate the stairs from the elevator shaft, since there's no need for a sheer floor, granting the backside of the building with a modern reinterpretation of the New York City fire escape. In response to this new mode of construction, where typical walls are definitively rigid, these walls dance in and around columns and furniture. Unbounded by the normative room planning, walls grow from the floor and ceiling, creating a new level of freedom and interior expression. Just like a Dali painting, surfaces and furniture become sculptural, objects occupying space in an abstract landscape. Bringing surrealism to life in the plan was definitely quite a feat. Using the columns as a jumping off point, walls were placed only when necessary, becoming points of reference to place furniture or suggest rooms, but nothing more. Early in the process, bathrooms were identified as rooms that would be the most closed off, but still not completely private. Utilizing frosted glass that snakes into a near enclosed loop, the bathroom transforms into a moment of visual tease. The goal when designing these plans was to leave as much freedom up to the individual as possible. Excluding the kitchen and bathrooms, someone could reorganize the room in whatever manner they preferred. Ultimately, we designed these units to fit an imaginative lifestyle open to the radical notions of living. Whether you're living in a studio unit by yourself or an entire floor shared with like-minded individuals, friends, or other community members, our interventions of walls and systems are merely suggestive. The spaces are pliable, molding to fit your dreams.
Thank you, Anisha. That was really informative. I would love to have a conversation with you now that the building has had some time to really make its statement in New York. Do you think you could kind of tell us how you see people react to this new lifestyle that you're trying to invoke?
Yeah, I think we were definitely really nervous initially because New York has such a culture of privacy and having these more enclosed spaces, but people have been surprisingly really receptive and playful and have begun to capture these surreal moments and put them on display for their friends and family. So in particular, one of the posts that I came across that really highlights this was one taken by a user sitting on their bed looking into the bathroom, and you can start to see how those curves and also the materiality begins to inform some level of privacy, but also encourage those communal aspects of getting ready together and having some of those more close interactions.
So given the design goals that you laid out for us earlier, do you think that you've gotten the reaction that you've hoped for?
Initially, we were met with some pushback and uncertainty, but it's quickly become embraced by the people that live there. And also, we've noticed that the architecture itself really helps to inform those intimate reactions. So in particular, when we were designing the New York fire escape, we really wanted to reference that New York culture, but also turn it into something different. So having that ultra clear glass and those fire escapes run throughout every unit allows for these informal community spaces where someone on the balcony could see everything that's going on in someone's room, and people have really took into that.
Yeah, I've actually noticed that a lot of people have become really enamored with these columns. You almost really can't walk by the Reverie without coming by and taking a photo of it. The ground floor in particular is really quite imaginative. Can you kind of speak on how that developed over time?
Yeah, I think we wanted to make sure that the surreal lifestyle was also still kind of usable and really entice the public as well. So having that open ground floor with almost a forest of columns allows for the public to kind of get a taste of what that surreal experience is like. And also the ground floor becomes a really amorphous space that allows for an art gallery, a cafe, a seating area to really entice people to want to also live here as well.
Yeah, I mean, just speaking from my experience working in this area, I've really started to hear these rumors that people are really starting to engage with this idea or like this radical way of living. And there's almost like this culture building around it. So it's really interesting to see.
Yeah, definitely. I think even within the residents themselves, a lot of those amenities are being used. So the spot has become a relaxation space where people can have communal meetups in the frosted glass. And then also the columns themselves have become a really familiar comfort aspect for users, and they interact with them on a daily basis as well.
Well, thank you for speaking with us today.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's see. Would you appreciate a walkthrough of what we presented here for you today? So over here on the left is research that we conducted for our interview. So we created this catalog of luxury condominium floor plans and pulled out these odd moments that are like a result of these idiosyncrasies of all these services coming together and not really working. So we saw them as surreal in their own right, but it was sort of dysfunctional because they weren't really embracing the fact that at this extensive scale, they don't necessarily, it's really difficult to get them to work together. And so this was our way of kind of mocking the modern luxury rendering style. So highlighting these moments in these highly polished renderings where you can see here, this 432 Park Studio, you almost have to force your living room to be in between these two massive columns. Here is our diagrams sort of explaining the isolation and the independence of all the services that are in the project. So the structural columns, the HVAC systems, the return and supply air, the elevator core, which is separate from the stairway, which actually explodes to the outside of the building. And what that affords us is the push and pull of the building facade. Now that it's free and all these systems are independent, they can move back and forth and create these personal balconies as well as a community porches on the backside with the stairwell list. These are
Yeah, I can talk with them. Yeah, so these are the renderings from the different units on the floor plan. So in particular, the top one is the penthouse, the lower one is the communal living and the studio. And in particular, we were really interested in how the furniture and the columns could interact and intersect, and then also the way that walls could be at varying heights to create different levels of privacy or enclosure between these suggested bedrooms, and also become the furniture themselves. And then these two bottom ones, as we mentioned, are the spa and the grand entryway. So you can start to see how the columns create this kind of field condition and also create a level of ambiance and surreal-like qualities of these spaces.
and then this is sort of an attempt to make our building into a surreal painting, so putting it into a surreal landscape and having that fun, playful attitude.
Yeah, I think also just to explain, so the exterior is more speaking towards how the building relates to maybe like the cultural New York context, and then this building is removing that facade and analyzing all the systems. So the different colored walls represent whether the walls starting from the ground or floating, or if they're frosted glass. And then also we have the ducts and the stairs and the columns.
And then here we have presented different types of units. So one being a penthouse floor plan that's really very open. Again, the walls are only there when absolutely necessary, being frosted glass for bathrooms or.
Yeah, and then some of the bathrooms also are enclosed just when bathrooms create like wall conditions between a bedroom. Just to clarify that.
And then one concept that we wanted to explore was the idea of communal living. So because the building itself is being very open and very free and exposing itself to the individual, we felt that we could create this culture and this new style of this surreal living. Maybe people live on a floor all together. It's 5 people, maybe they're friends, maybe they're acquaintances, or just like-minded individuals who all chose to live in this one project together in this very open, reduced privacy style of living. And then here is the application of our scheme in a typical studio, 2-bedroom and then 3-bedroom plan. And then the ground floor at the very bottom being this sort of neighborhood plaza. And then it's photos as well.
this isn't, maybe this is not an entirely fair question. Could y'all describe when you say something is surreal, like looking surreal, like the aesthetics of surreal versus like what does it mean to live surreally? Like what is surreal living to y'all?
The way that we approached it was surreal is sort of something that's feels real, but is slightly twisted and feels like you're living in sort of a dream. So whenever we were composing our interiors, it was something that felt slightly familiar, but adding that surreal twist to it, creating almost this dream-like landscape, but during the day. So we tried to make it these organic forms that bend and twist in ways that you might not typically expect. So having a table that doesn't necessarily conform to what you would typically think of as a table, maybe it's suspended from the ceiling in a column, or a wall that usually touches the floor and ceiling only coming up part ways, or a wall that grows from the ceiling. It's familiar yet unfamiliar at the same time.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like I still don't know how to think about it yet. Like you're playing on this line of the pursuit of surrealism and also like a developer trying to sell you that they created something surreal. Yeah, really, it's still just a piece of financial capital, right? Like I'm trying to like tease apart how to think about that exercise, because you're really selling to us that it's surreal in the language of a developer that is still like these are profit maximizing units if I've ever seen one, right? Like I'm trying to think about like it's a really interesting exercise and like trying to think about how to make sense and make me or further to come up with further thoughts about that right now. I mean, when you say surreal, are you being ironic that you're calling it surreal, or do you? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to formulate that question right.
I would say yes.
Yeah.
We are trying to be ironic with it. I think we know that at the end of the day, we're trying to maximize profit just in this environment in the New York condominium marketplace. So we're trying to play the role of someone trying to sell you this lifestyle and convince you of a culture that we're trying to create.
Can I say something to that? Then what you've created the situation is the total freedom of the architect, the absolution of responsibility to coordinate anything, right? Because the way, anywhere where the columns go, anywhere where the stair goes, where the core goes, where the services go, it doesn't need to be coordinated because it's part of the experience. It's being sold as part of the experience.
Or it has to be more highly curated.
Or even more, so it's either incredibly not designed or the opposite, which is total design again.
Yeah, and there's no generic spaces, so you have to coordinate that your plumbing risers coming down right next to your bed so that the custom marble end table aligns with that.
Yes. It is very highly specific to each floor. But we're just trying to create something that was a response to these uncomfortable collisions of all these services. So trying to separate them was an interesting exercise of how do we make them separate but still function in some sort.
Just to piggyback on Stephanie's comments, I think you can go, either way. You can go either like artisans, no stuff, no control, very freely arranged and deployed objects that rely on the users like tendencies or taste to use them freely, or it can be highly coordinated, like the movement by the Dutch structuralists way. But I'm more leaning towards like a highly coordinated approach, but it may seem very freely organized, but to like function really well, I think you need some degree of like coordination, but still you can like
hill with this kind of like a free arrangements. So thinking about the structuralist movements where they coordinated like semantic relationship, even though the configuration of these objects may look very random and scattered. Are you familiar with Owner Group? They are German consulting group in the 60s, and they coined the term like office landscape. It was German, so I don't know the exact German, but if you translate that, it means like the office landscape. And then they created this kind of like a very free looking office configurations and the plan that's to design that they analyzed the semantic or the communication patterns between each department of the floor. And then according to those kind of a relationship, they deployed the task, and even they coordinated where to locate the plants between the departments. But if you look up their drawings, they would look very similar to yours. So it was very against to a modern office type where the cubicles and the factory-like arrangements. And then also, if you think about the other kind of like primitive suburban or the Dutch structuralist way of design, they analyzed a lot of ephemeral qualities that can be important for the users of the building, for the residents of the buildings. They analyzed even like smells and the lighting of the day. So they mapped a lot of these ephemeral qualities. They cannot be like quantified with a certain specific like method, but they tried to came up with this kind of idea to how to calibrate those things for the users that they may seem very free, but they may impact them in a certain degrees with these controls. So I thought those references can be good. So if you can try to coordinate that with a certain diagrams, along with these diagrams, I think you're protecting them from this.
But I think kind of have to step back a second. Like, are we supposed to read this project as a critique and a proposal? Or are we supposed to read this project as a parody of condo development?
So I would say a critique and a proposal. It's more so a response to the typical way of developing all these systems together. Our research was very plan heavy, and so we're looking at just those plans and how they were dysfunctional. And so our development of this project really began with the floor plans, trying to create floor plans that maybe these systems were independent and how that would arise. And so once these started to develop, we found that they were very playful, imaginative, surreal, and then it kind of became a response out of that. And through that, we were encouraged to be like, if you're going to create this surreal lifestyle, try and add that layer of really trying to sell it in the way that it's sold to us typically. So it kind of a mixture of both.
I find the fire escape like really strange, for a luxury building to have a fire escape. Fire escapes are like typically something that you don't use unless you use it as a balcony. Intentionally they're not supposed to be used.
Yeah.
And I just don't know what a fire escape on a super tall means. I guess I'm also surprised at, given the performative nature of this and how rigorous this is. Like I'm surprised that there's not a saturation of amenities and things, which is oftentimes how buildings are sold. It's less about the unit and more about the Olympic flat pool and all the other crap, the movie theater and all that. And I'm just wondering if there's like some way that the fire escape actually could become usable by saturating that with that whole facade with amenities or something like that.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think like there's amenities dispersed throughout the entire building, but we hadn't fully like worked out what they, or we kind of just focused on the ones closer to the ground level. And then we were thinking that on each like floor plate where that fire stair was, like the facade would kind of dip inward to allow for more of like a bigger outdoor balcony for like that floor of residence. But yeah, I think having more of that would make that fire stair.
We tried to add the extras or would become like a selling point, like a, it's the iconic New York fire escape that you see everywhere, but now it's adapted or transformed for the luxury lifestyle.
And it's air conditioned. Right, it's inside the glass too, right?
No, it's actually.
Oh, it's on the outside.
Exterior.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right?
It's on the,
Yeah.
okay.
Which is technically not the code, but.
Yes.
But
And
it would
only
be,
two of them.
it would be even more, it'd be even funnier to me if it was an interior conditioned exterior, like it's like, this is, you know, people like to sit on the fire escapes and watch the Macy's parade or whatever, and like, well, now you could do it and it'd be nice and comfortable, like,
Yeah, we actually had like quite a bit of discussion over the stairs initially.
Okay.
Because initially they were fully inside and then they were like half inside, and then like we realized, yeah, we knew it wasn't the code, but we were like, oh well, like we can push the surrealism and like take it out. But I think, yeah, I think having that like indoor outdoor would have been nice.
like, I'm just trying to think, like, how, when you step back on this and start reflecting on like what you did and how it helps you think, like, I wonder what the lessons are you take away from it, because like, that is like super fascinating, like this drawing of just all the weird, like, the detritus of like trying to maximize profit, and like, what does it look like to start trying to sell the leftover, like to turn that into the selling point? Like that's really interesting. But then I guess like, when you probably can't answer this yet, but like a week or 2 weeks from now, when you start reflecting on like what you did, like what do you think the things you take away from doing that art? Because that's really, I mean, it's a fascinating thing that you're thinking about, but then you're thinking about it as if you're trying to sell it. Like, what do you take away?
I think when looking at the original work plans, I think since like when we were doing the catalog, there's such kind of like, they're trying to make it all perfect. So like noticing those weird moments is kind of like, oh, everything else is perfect, but this is like such a weird, like kind of like eyesore. But like when we're thinking about like whether we want our building to kind of like minimize those weird moments, try and create like the very perfect building, or trying to maximize those weird moments, I think like we were just like had a discussion on like, if we didn't like try and force the perfection and let the weird moments kind of have an importance, I think then it becomes a part of like the living experience, and they can create something totally different than like what, or at least like kind of different than what the typical kind of interior experience is like. So I think that's kind of the takeaway. I don't know, we're still like processing it.
Yeah.
I feel like the surrealist, okay, so you're selling this surrealist lifestyle, it's called Reverie. And so there's this question of developer efficiency versus developer excess, right? So developer excess on one hand can be hyper perfect for tongue and their own style. Everything aligns. I think in this case, you don't really know if anything aligns anyway, right? So even if you're off by a foot, like maybe, not a big deal, right? It's really baked in. So I think for me, then there's this question of, this is an architecture of obstruction essentially, because all of these plans inherently, the sense of surrealism, there's very little freedom in the way that it's designed, right? There's very little flexibility. There's very little open space, really, right? If it's a field of columns, right? So the field condition actually creates very little. I mean, I see some in the communal living perhaps, but in a sense that there's not a lot of flexibility for the user to reconfigure their rooms based upon these organic shapes, right? It seems like the So in this kind of total design, then of the selling, it seems to me that what you're actually selling is this very prison-like obstructive lifestyle that I think is the result of this, right? This is the result of selling something that's quite contrary to perhaps what you're actually selling. That would be one reading of mine of this, which is like, what is it like to live in total design? It's quite oppressive, actually.
That's interesting. It's unfortunate to hear that you think it's.
Well, this is where I'm like, this is a this is where, what is your position, right? Is it a critique? Is it a proposal? Is it, how serious is it? How ironic is it?
Yeah.
Right, so that's where, I'm like, that's my pessimistic reading of this.
Yeah, I think there's like moments where it feels like a prison and like more oppressive, but I think also there's moments where like there's no like corridor that like connects all the rooms, so the corridor has become more of like a meaningful, like the corridor is not there anymore, so like that space becomes more meaningful because you can see all the parts.
Well, I
But
guess
yeah.
for me, oppressive is like this complete lack of privacy.
Yeah,
Right, I don't want to be forced to be communal, right? What if I don't want to share 24/7 everything that I'm doing? The bathroom walls don't even go to the ceiling, right? So there's a total. So for me, that's part of this, right? Is that you have baked into the project absolutely no privacy. It's all about porosity.
yeah, I think in that way, yeah, more, I think it's like, I don't know, I think it's like hard for us to say, but obviously there's some level of like parity to it, because I think even when we're designing the building, we knew that like the lack of privacy, yes, is like like oppressive, but like how, I guess since we were on the marketing side, we were trying to like sell that, but like I think we also know that it's like not ideal.
I think we really try to come from the mindset of that this radical lifestyle that we're trying to sell could start a culture of people that really embrace this sort of lifestyle where it's very free. I think there are movements of people that, I don't know if it would be in the community of people that could afford these units, but I think this extravagant avant-garde sort of lifestyle could be interesting. And so we tried to start from a point of this would elicit some uncomfortability at the beginning, but it could create a movement of this is how we would like to live. And I don't know, I feel like in trying to do a typical residential plan like we have here, this is where I see the prison starting to form. I think that's us trying to put our surreal attitude into a typical sectioning off of units. I think what's a bigger statement is this idea of communal living. So in the same idea of these people who like this lifestyle, I think this is how they would prefer to live. So I think.
Yeah, I think, I was gonna say also, I think we had discussions early on like, is every unit a penthouse, and then it's like one person just has this giant space and you have to be like super rich, or like whether like you have to like share, like you have to buy it with other people you know, or whether these are just like random people. So I think, I think like the level of privacy and obstruction is like.
And you know, like when we were trying to do like communal living, like that's a thing they did, right? Like we'll combine the office and all your living, and you're always communal, and or you might have like a tiny private bedroom with like you know a micro bedroom, right? But everything should be communal. It would be interesting to like think about like how that went sideways. That we were documenting is actually really great about the chaos that ensued, but I feel like there's another step here, because yeah, you could speculate on whether people that can pay, I don't know, several $100 million for one of these like care, like if they're even going to be there, right? Like I mean, like thinking about this in relationship to the larger question of like the super thin and a place like New York, I feel like it would add another layer here, like that these things are ways of parking capital and are easily viable and sellable. Like this, like, so Matthew Sulish just published a book called Iceberg, Zombies, and the Super Thin, and he talks about, like, his argument is basically like the reason you get the super thins in part is that you can have a single unit per floor Therefore, it becomes an even easier viable and sellable unit because it has no other constraints. It's like selling everything to Penthouse, basically. So he says like, these things are working because this is architecture that's become financial capital. Like it's shifted from like the kind of early 20th century forms of parking capital in buildings to one that is easily viable and sellable. And a lot of these units don't get occupied most of the time because they're like buying a piece of art and leaving it in the protected facilities off the forest somewhere in Norway or something, right? Like wherever that one in tenant was. So if you layer that on top of this, like this conversation about the kind of style that you're talking about is also like crossed with like these things being financial viable and sellable units, and like what's being sold with that penthouse is like an idea about the penthouse, but it's also just it's like a stock, right? Like it's the idea of it that matters here. So like I feel like this project, if it was done as like a communal setting somewhere in rural Idaho, Ohio, or like Idaho or something, there's certain implications about it. But as a super tall, then the kind of developer way of talking about it is implicating in a lot of other considerations. Maybe that's a way to start pulling out like how ironic are we being, or like how much is this about selling an idea versus really like living communally. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's too much, but I feel like there needs to be something else here to ask this question about whether we're being ironic or serious. Like there has to be something that we're pushing against to make sense of that.
And I like this point of you're doing these straddles that we are confronted towards of the contradictions, the productive contradictions of the capitalism. Like, and it's fantastic, these atlas of contradictions, or even they can be called surrealist moments, because you are comparing the small scale of the domestic with the huge scale of the city. In this one you find you are the kitchen. Like, what is this thing? Then I think you're getting into that point, and you're making an opening to these productive contradictions of capitalism as surrealism. And I like that point. And that point, probably I would say that if the narrative of you will be a little bit more intense with the surrealism, like getting to the white gravity. In surrealism, gravity and time are two factors that Salvador Dali is challenging controls, right? And in that point is when I think you're still attached to codes and regulations. And at that point, like for example, why don't you, one chapter, gravity, why don't you invert this thing and say, okay, these 5 codes and so on, it's impossible in your proposal, is a mistake. Where we are selling is like rules for no one, because as you were saying, the people who are buying financial capital. You have an apartment that no one is living there. But you have this thing as an asset, as a value for your future. There is nothing else than an artwork and no one, an air conditioning, right? Yeah. Because you're like, no one is there, but it's my asset, it's my money. And so is this particular point where you say, we don't need no one to escape this space. So why don't we work like, with the ideas of the Russian pioneers of constructivism and holding the building from a balloon, right? And then you don't have, the building is not attached to the ground, it's whole from the sky. And then that point brings us to Salvador Dali contradictions of and potentials, and then the building is holding, and no one is living there. No one. This is that one. No, the radical statement of the contradictions of capitalism. And then you say this is a building for no one. So wire code staircase, and I can arrive there by helicopter to see my artwork from the helicopter. And those are the points where the radical narrative of you will make possible we're air conditioning a space, no one is leaving, but it's only protected and not work or something. And then you see, so I think in this moment of when you're arriving here, you can actually build a very radical narrative that is challenging fire codes, gravity, the user requirements, and selling point for these real people that is buying apartments on the top sky of New York or nothing else than profits in the future that is not even coming in the manner that they're expecting. I think that point is very productive when you're here. The point is the seriousness that you took on making it, like, trying to convince us of the structural system. I mean, fire codes are gonna make HBR thicker and so on. And this is a contradiction that you can't work against. Why don't you just radicalize this point? And it's like, why don't you get super committed with the idea of this? And there is probably a reading that this secret life of Salvador Dali, he brought three autobiographies. One is my life, which is very boring, very boring. The other one is that this is very boring. I will reinvent myself in the secret life, and that one is just incredibly good because he's tweaking and transforming every single detail of his life in another thing, reinventing himself. So Salvador Dali invented himself several times. So he broke himself. And at that point, you will find exactly why these drawings are so explained with reality in a very positive way. And I think these drawings are attractive because of that. But you have to sell out. This is not for you to be into, it's for your mind to read. In that kind of hysterical way, right? So then you can present to us the bathroom with these amazing toilets, but no one is sitting in them. So this is, I think, this is when the narrative has to become a way for you to express the contradictions of the and make it ironic many levels, I think. And this is what I think is where it has more powers, and I really enjoy it. I think the statement is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inches, I believe centered, bigger, and analyze contradictions because it's really true that is used. These very contradictions at that level. That's why even the statement, the communal. You think that person that is going to buy an apartment for $60 million once a week. You imagine $60 million people living in a communal space. Those are interesting ideas that are in the plan because it's another contradiction. It's a communal space for people that is never in a community. Yeah. Right. You see what I'm saying? That's I think those are the glimpses that produce the production super prolific. And I really appreciate the sensitivity of you touching with your finger at this point. I am expecting more commitment with the students in order to express all these radical I congratulate you for this point, and I will take out the fear of gravity. The representing the clocks, soft, and why not? I think, and then navigation with same thing, but Okay. Also, I mean, you try to make this real building with all your heart, and
I really appreciate that. You know, it's at the end of the day, okay, let's make it happen, and you really believed in it.
Right.
But then also the companies now allow you kind of a exit way,
Yeah.
a fire escape from your own. To see what else this could have been. I'm very happy with the way you followed through it, and starting from these very rigid floor plans and the way the evolution of this floor plan has happened, the evolution of the building as a massing, spectacular. And you need maybe another semester to think how this idea can become a more perverse and more critical kind of narrative. But also you have an exceptional body to work with.
Thank you, guys.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're moving to this side.
I know.
Okay, so they just had a. And yeah, she's great too. You know her? Yeah, we've done a couple of workshops together. So we were in Canada at the CCA at the same time. But yeah, he plays. Yeah, I met her recently too. Yeah, that sounds great.
My mom was talking. Yeah.
I just got here in August. This is my first year. Yeah, I was at University of Michigan on my first stop for the last 3 years.
I don't know. And then you can take a walk.
Yeah, I met Daniel and Brittany. Yeah. Is she at Rice? Is that right? Or
She's a rise.
yeah. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Yeah, he's great too. Yeah, they were there. I think almost the first 2 years I was there, I overlapped with them because they were like Common College has those like kind of fellowships, so they were doing studios and exhibitions and stuff. Yeah, also really great.
We brought.
Yeah.
Yeah, then they are learning studio.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Oh, nice. She's gonna be teaching or kind of.
She will be like mentor because both of them are because Patrick is They are, I think he's one.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Y'all's school.
It's big, right?
They,
Cuba was telling me it's like tons of, it's a big undergrad
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm the director.
We have a program, like it's not part of heritage, it's not part of.
Just everyone.
Yeah, so like.
Problem.
Yeah, it's different house too. It's about. Yeah.
I prefer community living in the forest.
I know the name, but I've never met him. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Yeah, I think I know I've come across his name.
That's, it's been in the.
Right, exactly. I just remember.
I don't know if it's
Two under there. Where the like.
Yeah, next to last one.
She may be.
He's
Well, this is yeah. Yeah. And isn't there like, well, that's a in general, it's like a lot of first generation college students, like it's a university, it's super accessible, right?
You're super accessible.
Yeah.
We are in Houston.
Yeah.
So we had to see like for our. It's all.
Yeah.
But that's all I.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, literally like, I was 72 and I so many. And I you know, like, I know everything's offers, but I still ask like, like, what's okay.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah. And isn't it
Take
like
your
really
positions.
yeah. It would like come from that. It's like where all the it's like the embassies are at this point, right? Yeah, I'm really excited for it.
You leave it at
I mean, I'm from Mississippi, originally, but like, I've been in
All right.
the East for a while.
Oh,
No, it's nice to start learning about Texas.
We'll continue with the last project for the morning session. It's Alexis Carrion and Stephen McCann. They'll take us to Central Park.
In the year 2022, two super calls on West 57th Street were being completed. 111 West 57th Street offered 60 residential units, 46 in a rental tower topping at 1,428 feet. 111 West 57th Street was developed by JDS Development Group and designed by Shop Architects and Studio Social. The other, 109 West 57th Street, rivaled its neighbor's height at 1,330 feet. The city of New York designed and developed this super tall to establish new land rights in Manhattan. It did this by extending 10-foot thick floor plates off of a statuesque concrete core. These new land sales colloquially became known as sky plots. 27, those above 240 feet, were privately sold, while the rest were retained for public use. 109 West 57th Street's completion was met with mixed emotions in the development community. Though the city's ability to craft and implement new means of profit was admirable, the developers at JDS were not fans of their newfound neighbors. The following conversation is between two acting board members of JDS Development Group.
10 years. It's taken us 10 years to complete 111 West 57. This is such a mess. Have your marble contractors shown up yet?
No, I have no idea where they're at. They said some job is holding them up. You know which job? I'll keep bugging them. We need to finish the interiors now, like now. Any chance we're still in the race with 109?
No, it's too late. I called John from the city. They sold the last one weeks ago.
Wait, what about all those blank lots where nothing's getting built?
It's just a piggy bank for now, a really expensive piggy bank.
And it only took the city a single year to finish that. How did they manage it?
Well, they got every concrete sub in the city, that's how. They didn't have to build much really, just had to run their structure up.
Jeez, how cheap was it, do you think? All those air gaps, I'm sure they needed way less concrete than us. And they had to spend all that money on that mass timber.
So much money on that mass timber. What I'm hung up on now, though, is how fast they sold and how much money they made. The city said the profit would go to that new public space below and some affordable housing where it's needed, but they made so much profit. Can you believe it? A blank floor plate. That's what people in this city want.
I know. I thought we were taking a risk with 111. It took you so long to convince me that 15-foot floor-to-floor penthouses would sell the building for more, but 40-foot floor-to-floor? It's ridiculous.
I mean, it's genius. John said it was inspired by that trailer park out on Montauk that's selling lots for millions of dollars. I guess their clients just want space. They don't want anyone deciding what they'll do with their land. Custom kingdoms, it's feudal. You can build whatever you want with their structure. Spas, vineyards, clubs, mansions, gardens. What would you build?
Oh God, whatever I want. Did you hear someone's parking their yacht up there? Oh, I don't know. Probably something to get away for a while. All the stress. I use a backyard, a $100 million backyard.
I mean, you're definitely not gonna have a $100 million backyard, but these are the richest people in the world. It's not just the backyard you're buying. That's not really what's valuable. That's what we forgot. It's the space. It's post-human. It's just development for development's sake. Like Phoenix. They beat us at our own game. We've been trying to do the same thing for years, masking it in silk and velvet, marble. But we're not allowed to be land like them.
Well, our clients love art. I mean, isn't that value in itself? We brought the best to this project. Everyone wants a Sofield apartment. Everyone loves Shop's facade. They all lined up after the renders. Perfect view of Central Park. Isn't that what our clients want?
Sure, but it's not what they need. They need a place for their money to grow, not subdivided floor plates with columns and mechanical systems already installed. It's optimized. It's like a capital machine.
Great. So how screwed are we? They have a machine. What do we have?
Well, I mean, we still have a good building. They'll all still sell, just for less. I thought we had the whole block to ourselves for years.
They have to build right next to us. Right on top of us.
I mean, they're only blocking like one window of floor. At least they didn't block our view of Central Park. I mean, it's just a sheer wall. I do wish we didn't custom order 44,000 pieces of terracotta though.
Oh, about that. NDK is asking for their money again.
Who are they?
That terracotta company from Germany.
Oh yeah, all the way from Germany, and now it's just all covered up.
Did John bring up his offer again?
Of course he did. He'll pay them out if we give them the panels. He's pretty insistent. It's a low blow. First they cover up our facade, and then they try to buy it from us to put it on their own building.
Sounds like something you would do.
I mean, yeah, I definitely would. We did say the facade was a gift to the city, but I really didn't mean for it to be taken so literally. Hey, about your backyard. Did you see that Parisian garden that's starting to be planted on one of the sky plots?
Oh yeah, I know landscaper. Kind of crazy getting that fountain up there for them.
Well, turns out that Russian prince who owns it is the same guy who bought our apartment next door. He tore out our glass and installed a back door to his sky plot.
Weird. I wonder if that's going to keep happening. I kind of think the city aligned their floor plates with ours where they could.
Junior, that's it. Maybe there's an opportunity here to rebrand. We need to piggyback on this project any way we can. 109, 111's backyard. Steven now, not Junior.
I'll be Junior.
So wonderful. Is it possible to navigate us through, I mean, as a kind of auxiliary, no, I mean, the presentation of the performance was so precise and rich. Maybe just a few words on the wall.
Of course.
Yes, great.
Yeah. This is our prior research, which I won't go into too much. This is the site map of obviously 57th Street, 58th Street, Billionaires Row, 157, another street call is right down here at the other end. This site map is basically showing our lot in purple, and then 111 next to it, which kind of arises as this autonomous super tall that doesn't really interact with the streetscape, so it just arises from the massing. And so here we have our superstructure in this light purple, our two cores that are pushed to the back. We have our trash and services running from West 58th Street into this core. So you can have your, you have a construction elevator that is loaded for that. You have trash, mechanical, plumbing, all the city services would be routed through this core. And then through the other, right next to 111 West 57th, we have our Skyplot residence private entrance, which takes you to this floor is the start of these Skyplot residential units. The rest is maintained by the city as public amenity space, which you can see in the section. And there's cores located here, separate additional cores that for services and for circulation, and then public amenities, subway connection at ground floor. And in this section, you can see that we're playing with the floor and the grid of New York City being extended both downwards and upwards in the direction, and the consequence of that. And then here you can just see the relationship of the two different typologies of living that are established in the super tall market. One being this 111 West 57. This is the property line inside the gap. And then I've already kind of explained this layout here.
So you're keeping the gap.
There is a seismic gap,
Right.
yeah. So there's a gap, and then we imagine in like guerrilla warfare style, some people will like march through to merge their assets. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This, we've kind of reimagined, so we're back to our very initial research. We were researching facades, and we found that there were essentially these optimized concrete superstructures, and the facades were just kind of like wallpaper thrown up on them. So we've reinvented the concrete superstructure, and you can kind of see the detail of it here to allow these fully autonomous plots that you can build whatever you want on. So that was a big part of our project. This kind of half of the wall is imagining scenarios. What would, you know, the richest people in the world do if they were given this giant plot that could do whatever they wanted with? So we have kind of a crazy party scene. This person bought this just to host parties in this giant plot. We have a pool, like a lake pool scene. We've got one that's under construction, and you can see we've kind of imagined this project is, you know, it doesn't have to be right next to 111. It's something that could exist on its own, but we have put it going up right next to 432, which you can see from actually one of the vantage points of our building. We have a vineyard. This is a view into the entrance of the one that would be connected to 111. And then we have a crazy art collector, objects collector, imagining somebody that just, like you actually had mentioned in the last review, a place to park their investments in art.
Right.
And the part around the bottom, you said it's affordable housing. Is that what you said?
We're imagining it as hotel right now.
Oh,
It is
okay.
currently a double wood corridor of hotel units, and
Okay.
we're just imagining it now. We carve through it and
Gotcha.
retain it as a hotel.
And create additional public space.
Do they share your core? The hotel?
No, sorry, we don't have a ground floor. I don't. There's separate, there's a separate entrance for the sky blocks, which are these. And then outside the bounds of that section cut, there's a core for the public utility space. And the hotel.
I mean, I love this embodiment of what is the section in Delirious, New York, where it's essentially a suburban plots stacked on top of each other?
It's an ad that he found.
It was an
It's
ad from
like-
like 1910 or something really early,
Yeah.
which is essentially you've just drawn the section of how that would work, right?
It's James Wines.
Yeah, James. Yeah.
So, I mean, the performance was fantastic and all the work is, I mean, it's gorgeous. What do y'all, I asked this yesterday, what do y'all want to think about now? Like, what do you want to try to talk and think through? Because like you've embodied for us the kind of reality of what the super thin, super tall is aimed at. What do you want to think through now that you produce that work?
Meaning, what have you begun to think about, like reflecting on the work? And
Yeah, or like
learn further.
what should we talk about right now until like for an hour, like what, or however long, what do you like, because yeah.
I think one thing that I would say I personally think about is kind of the intellectual step in trying to understand like the autonomy of these pencil towers and kind of what like a communication between them, what kind of risks that cause, or what kind of opportunities for what that does to the metabolism, and then also these in our renderings, I think we tried to embed a lot of these ideas, and maybe as we were thinking about image and not necessarily thinking critically. I mean to say that hopefully we can embed some of those projected thoughts into our images and in what these strange relationships are, whether that be what privileges are granted to the wealthiest in this world, or what does it mean to fabricate nature or control nature? What does it mean to look down on a grid? Yeah. Alexis, what do you think? Too much.
Why do you think this has never happened? Like, I always kind of ask that question in terms of just multifamily residential in general, especially luxury. Like, they go in and put all these finishes in and everything, and then someone buys it, and the first thing they do is rip it all out and hire someone else and redo it. You know, and they put in red marble instead of blue marble, and chrome instead of black fixtures, and whatever. So why do you think this has not ever happened? Is it something with a perceived valuation, or?
I think maybe the optimization of the superstructure could maybe be to blame for that. Engineering this would be very expensive and maybe clearly. I don't know, maybe it's status quo, because this feasibly could happen, something could go up right next to 111. That's a good question.
maybe just the optimization of floor plates and the economy of the concrete infrastructure is just like,
Too big.
big. It's too big to fail.
Actually, to speak to that, ironically, I think that's happening more in the office development.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that a big actually proposed something not that dissimilar from this as an office development that's not getting built now because of COVID. But it was a single core with cantilever office space. And this is partly due to FAR setbacks and ownership and et cetera. But office spaces want to totally free, but essentially it's a columnless space, which is the selling point, right? Offices want total flexibility. Of course, you're not getting quite as tall floors, but that's an interesting question then. Office versus residential, why aren't we seeing this development in residential? Because generally people do want total freedom of the interior.
And if we approach your question, Kyle, from the perspective of the real estate values, a lot of the condominiums in New York right now are pretty much empty, right? So they are, these rich people buy these condominiums not to live there they see only as a real estate assets. So maybe they, of course, if they are the richest people, they might not care how much this will be, but they might not see certain values, or they might not have the desire to buy this space to just host the parties and etc. Because in terms of the real estate values, they might see, buying other areas more than these. So as an idea, I really enjoyed your presentation and this beautiful presentation. I think you depicted the ideas really well. But maybe there are some, the factors that would affect why these type of the developments are not really happening in real situations and conditions. So, yeah, but it's a very provoking project. Yeah, so I want to commend speculations about different programs and the possibilities that you're suggesting.
I think maybe a barrier to this all too is just the established ownership models that we use, and I guess one thing we're trying to explore is the idea of property, and how you own space and what does that mean. And it's the implementation of this stuff in office space or something when you need a flexible space for tenants coming in and out. It's really difficult with ownership, and then so we only imagine this could be plausible if this was the city of New York that built this and developed it as actual new parcels of land, where actually you get to claim this 90 by 90 by 30 box of air. And that was the only way we could imagine that's feasible. In that the city, the organization that claims the right to delineate land or property would be able to do this.
There is something very interesting that could be also a topic for discussion, which is the idea of removing the cladding, offering the bulb and row capacity of the floors is talking over each other. And just because of there is a interesting point, which is the forms of late capitalism, how they take or how are they incarnated in architectural bodies. Then is when the glass towers appears in a city, is when the late capitalism, financial capitalism is dominating the forms of economics in the city and the city. And this is beautiful because well, which is of Chelsea. So I think with the discussed, Frank from Martin is talking about this idea. There is a moment where there is the abstract form of capitalism gets some tangibility in these towers. Not the ones you were bringing, but the ones, right? But everything has to do with the client, with the sleek of the facade. And you're removing it, and you're offering to the owner to express herself in a kind of bizarre capacities, like you're bringing nicely. I mean, the representation, the performance was exquisite. It was just so rich on details about this potential. And I really, really, really appreciate the rugosity of the conversation. Even some of the details, you were mentioning something related to, I don't recall, but this Germany company.
Yeah, the terracotta.
And this brings to me the idea of the superficiality of superficiality and the materiality of the surface and how this thing becomes a symbol of. And then you remove this thing, and then you show us the interior, and then you display the craziness of this super rich person that is buying a backyard. So I think there is a potential discourse that could be drawn from here related to the removing the skin of the building that I think is very, very attractive to me and productive. And everything you're bringing to us, instead of giving us, the details of the facade, which is a typical exercise we do, you're giving us the detail of the element that permits you to do this undress body. And I really appreciate this. And also your compromise, or your commitment with showing pipes, and how the pipes are right from the toilet to and the pendant and all these things. I really appreciate all these small, tiny details that are very consistent with what you were both representing in the performance. It was so attractive. And at that point, I think it has a lot of value. I mean, this beautiful drawing has a lot of value if you start to dig down into this idea of the facade, dressing or undressing the structure and offering it as a potential idea. I think this building will match very well with the book that I was mentioning before, the 2140 of Keeneston Robinson, which is its science fiction of Manhattan and a couple of hackers trying to survive in a new kind of Venice condition of Manhattan, and dealers and the power and so on. I think this will be an excellent document to be sent to Stanley Roberts and say, look, this is what will happen in Manhattan in 2020. I have the image of it, and I think this collection will be. It's very ironic and very cynic and very is incredibly smart thinker of these potential conditions. And I think I really appreciate the glimpses, of this collection of mind, the construction side, which is something that you're expecting every time in a while. Like, new owner buy the lot for a party that will happen 10 years after something, and they build something. The investment was 10 years in profits because we make a party, and then that's crazy and fantastic. So it's very responsible, but in terms of where we are in the Anthropocene, I think the narrative is very precise with the moment. Trying to take my kind of irresponsible kind of consciousness of the dramatic conditions we live into through capitalism, but I think it's a very precise representation of this situation. So I really appreciate that whole thing.
I like your comments about the identity. So the owners can represent their own identity through how to design your own plots with your ownership and authorship and agency. But how would you define your building as a typology? Yeah, I've been trying to think about, what would be the typology of this building? It's really new to me. So I appreciate that you are suggesting kind of a new typology in really urban situation. I'm just curious to hear your thoughts about that.
Sky It was, so to that point, a conversation came up on our last review that was just a couple of weeks ago. That was a really interesting kind of different take on this. And the reviewer really liked that it was right next to 111 and kind of envisioned this new typology where the plots were all backyards and every autonomous super tall got their own backyards added to it. And I thought that was really interesting. We couldn't switch gears in 2 weeks. But I don't know, maybe that's a potential outcome of this rather than just completely free for all sky plots.
The way it's not in your typology is just absolute extrapolation of existing typology, right? Like it's a residential or commercial tower, just extrapolated to absurdity, which becomes really rational, actually.
Right. It's just not very conventional, residential space.
I wonder if like another way to think it further would be to like, so you framed it as the city is building this and like literally producing additional real estate, right? As the idea is we're making more land than there was, right? And that's like a really common analogy, early 20th century about skyscraper. I wonder if a way to like think it further would be like, okay, so if we imagine the city's doing it, why is the city doing it? Like, clearly it's a money-making venture. So what things, I could expand the narrative out, like what things is this money then being used to finance or do? Like the city is accomplishing some public space on the inside of a hotel, but I could think about like where else if the city did this and they're like, it's actually like the project of just claiming a bunch of the grid to be Central Park. Now we're claiming a bunch of what the future is these super thins, and we're going to claim certain parts of the air as public park space from here on out. Like, I wonder if there's a way you could extrapolate from the developer perspective, like from what is 109? From the developer, 111.
We're 111.
Yeah, so from the perspective of 111, what would, if you rewrote your scope from the perspective of the city, whoever at the city chose to do that, then a set of questions would arise in a different way. Or if you could rewrite it from the perspective of like a couple of hotel guests or something like that too. But I can see that being one way to start asking some of the larger questions about property here. There's a lot of financial forms that are being invented to buy and sell this kind of stuff. Like, I don't understand how real estate investment trusts work, but essentially it's like turning buildings into stocks. And you're buying and selling stock in a building. Like there's a lot of techniques that are happening, but I can imagine maybe what you're doing is suggesting if the city decides to do this, they're coming up with other ways of taking a new form and either driving the profit from that some other direction, or of like claiming space that otherwise they wouldn't be able to claim.
What if it's the opposite of a profit-driven model and this is an incubator building for small-scale developers? Who each of these, I would imagine, like all of these could be put up into, you could really maximize, for example, studio apartment living in this. Although since it's a 90 by 90, there's quite a bit of opaque core in the middle, right? Which then you have to give over to some type of amenity because you're not getting daylight to the interior. Because I was like, there's the packed in, someone's putting in additional floor plates, right? So essentially you can put like a 4-story building inside one of these plots. What is the floor to floor, 40 feet or something?
It's 30 feet in between.
30 feet, okay, so you could get like 3 stories in there, you could pack it in. So what would a packed-in scenario of housing be? A packed-in scenario of office space, packed in, but each one is a different small developer, someone who would never be able to otherwise develop in Midtown. I think there's like, I don't know, this is like the kind of optimistic, we're gonna do good kind of economic development in the city, because Midtown is otherwise, as everyone is familiar, not accessible for a small business to develop. So there's a funny opportunity in here for the city to create land to essentially, at a cut rate, give to developers to develop autonomously, with a delirious kind of juxtaposition of different programs, right? It could be a residential, office, party spaces, like all these scenarios that you've kind of spelled out, but perhaps for a different audience.
I like you invited me to think the dark side of this idea, which is, it looks to me that this, how you call the typology?
Skypot.
The Skypot. For money laundering, right? I can imagine one of the owners of the tower might say, so they say, I have enough money for the down payment, one backyard, and I will keep it under construction forever. Or enough time.
And so you swap some money with the contractor.
Exactly.
Perfect.
And then it reveals the whole thing, like, you know, why do we have a Greek temple in the fourth floor? Because it's expensive to, you know, ship the marble from. And that reveals, you know, the hidden part of the abstract economy. I mean, the one tower is representing the big source of abstraction is the money, is the capital, is the big source of abstraction, and this is why the theorists at this moment talk about the towers being covered with this cladding, hidden the reality of this. But then you bring this other one, which is like showing a display in the background of the whole thing, which is now is a north, the beautiful when you were and then you have the public face of the capital, and then you have the private face of the capital, both together. You know, a mask with two faces, right? And I think this idea of the sleek scheme has to do with masking this unearned land that is producing profits.
Say that again. A what?
Unearned land, unearned money that produce money because of money produce money. And, this is the typology. You're inviting us to feel very responsible, but
it's also interesting to think about what like zoning would be on this. Because if it is taken literally as land, then I would assume each of these would have an FAR of 3, no setbacks, but what does the zoning become? And then it would be the first area, at least that I know, that has like 3-dimensional zoning too.
Yeah, we didn't draw it for y'all, just because we don't really cantilever too much in our perspectives. The 3-dimensional zoning, we just did a sun map basically, and at what, like, meaning you can't block this person's view with cantilevers. I mean, this person's sunlight. So at what distance? Like, what is the inverse pyramid that would allow you to extend out but not block their sunlight? It's about like 8 feet from here and then down. The triangle that looks like that. Otherwise, we didn't really explore that, honestly.
Came up as a concern in your life.
Yes, next.
So that's no.
But I think the question of SAR is an important one. And I'm totally fine that it's not part of your discourse, because if it was, it would overcomplicate things. But what's happening in Midtown now is, saying in terms of all this FAR that it has been generated by the rezoning of Midtown and the ability to free transfer volume from anywhere within the district. So for example, the Grand Central Station has about 3 million square feet of air rights, which now they're selling to not like within the neighborhood, but not necessarily adjacent to it.
You said Grand Central?
Yeah, the train station.
It's 3 million square feet.
Because it's a void, right? There's
Yeah.
no building there. So all this land could have been developed and become towers. So these towers now are appearing in other locations around the Grand Central. It's an incredible dynamic. And that all is, I mean, an invention, right? It's not reflecting any sort of value or deposit. So I don't know. I mean, we could imagine what could happen here when this scenario is played out, and maybe there's unused FAR that's going to go somewhere else, or the thing keeps growing in height and to infinity till it exceeds. It's gasoline.
But I mean, I guess like a really long-term question, it seems like this could raise for you to like continue to think, it was like where you start to think about your agency as people training to be architects, right? Like, how much of this project is about like your constraint by concerns, financial concerns? How much of it is about like trying to find a way to produce certain things within that? Like, how do y'all know how what's shop's like profit model on that building? Did they do one of their like crazy contracts where they're making money off of this building, like the developer? Are they the developer of
They
this
work
guy?
with the KDS development group, shop works with a lot. They're doing the Brooklyn Tower. They did some other on the waterfront in Brooklyn too.
Because shop like has done those things, right, where they write their contracts, so they're not just like, we get 5% or whatever, like where we over the next 10 years X amount of the return is what we make off of this building. Like
They have equity in the building.
they write their relationship to the property in a different way. And that, like, it seems like doing a project like this starts to raise these kind of questions of where you position yourself in relationship to, if these projects are all about financial capital, like how do I position myself in relationship to them? Because there's like the one of like, this is like pure, like everything about this is like morally abhorrent, and I'm gonna exhibit that and then say like, I can't do this, right? That would be one position. The other one would be like, well, I'll just dive in and make money. Or there's like these other, maybe there's a way of thinking about like techniques where you're interfacing with that, like this process of selling air rights. That, I mean, it's a made up thing, right? That is not a material thing, but it's been made material, which means that there's a lot of design openings for design there.
Or alternatively, like, I mean, I like the question of agency because you're also giving up all of your design freedom to 28 other people and claiming responsibility for that, which I think could be worrisome if you care about your own portfolio.
Yeah, I mean,
like
it's just a
it could
broad
be
question.
But I think it's smart to, I mean, I think the project is very provocative in many directions, very, very smart and very calculated. It's revealing these economical forces, and this idea of the capital Senate thing, which is the autonomy of the capital against human intentions, even, right? Like, what, I mean, the backyard in the 100th floor to make a Greek colonnade for laundering money. I think I will really, I think I will take this opportunity, is the script of the performance and so on, and making the effort of building like 500 word essay of positioning yourself, as you were saying, in this conversation of the capitalism. I think will make this very powerful. I mean, just in terms of diluting the innocency of just responding to syllabus. I think you have to stay. I mean, all of you have to stay in this and say, and given that, because the syllabus is just precise, it's very intentionally driven to put you in front of these things, and then you arrive at these things and do this super smart calibration, but dilute the innocency by writing, taking consciousness of what are you doing, even if you just state this is for money laundering. It's the logic of the capital. I'm just responding to the rationalities of the schizophrenias of the 21st century. I think that will give more agency to the exercise. I think. I don't know. I think it's something you're.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that onto that point, it's like for this video has been strange in that Kyriakous has so generously allowed us to ignore a lot of things, but then but in like this depart from this fantasy that we won't one day as architects like encounter capitalism and encounter money, and like that shop is not like some evil warlord, that they're participating in the system, and it's been are confused about, it's a very confusing process to do what Kyriakous has all to do. So I don't have any answer there with you, but it's a lot to think about.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
But that's like such an important point to land on. I mean, dangerous territory. When Marx talks about he doesn't say, ooh, they're bad people, like, ooh, they're evil, right? This is what this produces. This is a set of systematic relationships. And like to throw out, to like say, like, I can't start from the position of like just moral condemnation or like praise or whatever. Like you set that aside and you start asking these set of questions and it gets really messy. And I mean, I'm sure there's a longer history of this, but Carol Willis's book, Foreign Policy Finance, that came out in the 90s, was like, I think pretty revolutionary for at least architectural historians practicing in the US, like to like all of a sudden forefront financial relationships and how you write the history of a practice, all of a sudden changes what you think that practice is. Like you can't get away from this stuff because it's actually at the core of it. So I can't talk about like, well, Alberti did this and, look at these great precedents that I have. Like I gotta talk about that money, like Alberti did this because of this, like, and it changes your relationship. And then that I think has to change the questions we ask about like what it looks like to take up architectural practice. And shop is like, they have been trying to do that, right? And writing a different relationship to profit. And writing a different relationship to their employees too, right? There's a lot of questions there. But.
I mean, that's interesting points, and I keep thinking about the notion of the typology. So if I see this as the extension of the residential type, then I mean, and then also think this as areas as your kind of backyard, but then you can do whatever you want. But like, for example, what if the people would like to build like 5 different apartment units in there and then rent it out? Or if you want to build your own museum in there and then like invite making the commercial profits, then how do you control or like negotiate those kind of like conflicting desires between all these the floors? That can be also the interesting like aspects to speculate on. So if you see this as like a different typology that is detached from the residential realm, then, then it's kind of different question. And also you mentioned that in that image that maybe this can be, applied to others, like location and is situated in different kind of settings. Then, then your project becomes more sort of the project of the typology as well. Going beyond just the kind of condominium or the residential projects. So I think how to frame your kind of arguments with that kind of perspective can be very interesting.
Yeah, I think they bring up the point that what we were talking about earlier is just like what is the autonomy of these floor plates to each other, and then those floor plates to 11 and the two massings to each other, and meaning are these two individual insulated worlds, and what does that mean for culture, and what does that mean for discourse? I don't know, but it's interesting.
I mean, in a way, it's a version of that J.G. Ballard book, High Rise.
Yeah.
They made a film of it, right? Because you can imagine this as a city block stacked on top of each other. And then what's challenging then is city, because you've forefronted it as a city development, that the city is in control of the core, the city provides the infrastructure, the core is a vertical street, right? And has jurisdiction over that. And this is where the negotiation between the different landlords, whether they're evil or not, or et cetera, right? All possibilities are possible within this container of each block.
Yeah, in high rise, the elevators become like the literal place of warfare between the floors, right?
Right.
They're like throwing couches down the elevator.
Yeah. There are fires on the lower floors,
Yeah.
and the penthouse is amazing where the architect lives.
Wait, but the sprinklers are on. We wanted to pose this question in your mind. Is that what?
Okay, this was wonderful, thank you. I guess we'll start kind of opening up the conversation, so I'm wondering, then turn around and maybe have some rapid comments, visually summarizing both the projects and the social media.
Can we see the other two projects first?
You want to see the two? I mean, you will see them. It feels like the AA now. Not the architecture school.
Will you share first?
We'll start. No, I guess we want to get some general reactions and thoughts about the three projects and the kind of questions that the studio is trying to put forward an answer or not answer that.
What have you all thought about this semester that you haven't thought about in previous studios? Or thought about it a different way? Maybe that's a better way to say it.
And I also wanted to ask the question. I want to follow up with that. I'm like, what is, because most studios here don't talk about capitalism very much. So I'm curious how you all, I'm guessing this is new. You can tell me if not. And I'm wondering what your relationship now to as, I don't know, how do you see yours, because you're all in an architecture program. How do you see your career now that you've done this semester? Do you feel optimistic about it, or do you feel a lot more pessimistic about it?
I feel like I'm not gonna work in New York City. It was really interesting to look at, this is a totally new and different studio, the most different I've ever taken. It was interesting to look at all of the players and really examine and research what was going on in like the condominium marketplace before looking at the architecture. And it was really kind of hard and confusing. But I think that I'm going to take that point of view with me forward, like that method, I guess, of investigation, thinking about the capital as a primary, influencer, because it is.
And on the same notion of like the protagonist, I know we didn't present my project, but the game that they all play in order to get the benefits for their each individual like values that they're striving for, it's like the conflict that comes from the city and the developer and the architect. They all are vying for a piece of autonomy, and it gets really boiled down, at least in the New York landscape, as like the most efficient way to build. And so that's what drives everything. And so the ability to make a profit and value for everybody is like this utopian way that just isn't possible. Like someone's going to lose. And so it's like what we value as society. And does that need to shift? Are we a part of that shift? Like it's been valuing billionaires and empty apartments for 10 years now. And so it's like, is that the city we want to see, or do we want to see a different city? So how that changes, we just have to make it valuable for a different group of people, I think, potentially. But optimistic, no. Challenging, yes.
Does anyone want to become a developer?
The thought's been on.
Since we're not-
Financially,
My wallet, looking forward to film that maybe. I don't know. I have a different kind of eye like for New York, because I had only been like one time before, and so like I really struggled. I was like, I don't understand the city, like, the nuances. And so like when I went again in March, just for like my own personal like trip, it was kind of interesting to kind of see it. Because like I remember like from our first project that we worked on like at the beginning of the semester, like I saw that like realized in the New York skyline, and I was like, that's pretty incredible that it was like really there this entire time, and like we were on to something, like we weren't just making it up. But Midtown really, New York like beat me up those like 3 days I was there. I was like, I can't do this, like, oh my God. So I don't think I'll be working in New York, but it was interesting to kind of have that mindset and come back to Austin, and one, really love Austin twice as much as I had when I left, but then also think about it like New York as like an ecosystem that is like constantly changing and like varies depending on the neighborhood, to keep that in mind within the project.
With our research, looking into the plans, it was a little bit disheartening because looking into all the roles, one role that we came upon was the architect under contract and designing a lot of these floor plans for these buildings. And so these big name architecture firms that you hear like Shop and 111, like Stephen and Alexis really put it well, it's like a wallpaper that they get reduced to. And so in doing all these projects through architecture school, you're kind of have a hand in a lot of parts of the process. And at least in New York, it was a little bit sad to see that what I felt like the role I want to go into was relegated to was just like the exterior. So it's nice that we get to make something that looks pretty, but it feels like it's just that. It's like we just get to do something on the outside.
Well, no, but that's a good point. What we teach you in architecture school is this building that you have to think it three-dimensionally and think of the plan, the section, and fuse all these components of the site together into some sort of little masterpiece that you really are in love with it. And that's a great building, right? But then when you're put in this context to operate as an architect, you basically a lot of these components that have been educated for are removed. And so all you're left with is the decoration of the envelope, because the massing is, the volume is determined by the zoning. The interior layout is determined by marketing standards. The ceiling heights and all the kind of sectional properties of the building are also, the creativity comes to moments like this where you create, on one level, they created these super high ceiling lobbies in order to push the building, the apartments higher and get better views. So it's completely driven by a different agenda.
Yeah, but I think that's what's nice about this studio is that, you know, we didn't just see 3 projects that were facade making. You're looking at the actual real life elements. You're looking at FAR and negotiating with the city. You're looking at dealing with developers and the kind of typical developer imagery and marketing and Instagram, and you're rethinking, you know, development. So I think there's a lot of potential, like looking at the soup and figuring out how you can insert yourself at different moments. That's why, like, to me, this is a fantastic studio because it's very real in a lot of ways. It's not real in like the can go design a mechanical system now, but it's real and still very creative and progressive. So.
I like what you're saying, the reality of the studio is a kind of inverted pedagogy of what is the traditional pedagogy of architecture in terms of, you know, the view, the good feeling, the good design. I think you're playing with within the forces of capitalism. You're playing within exactly into, and I think that is revealing. And this action of revealing what this thing is about is bringing to us incredible important questions about the reality of what we do when we design, right? And then those exercises, all these exercises are incredibly attractive to me because they are making tangible that we're not only designing buildings, right? We're designing thousands of things around buildings. And then when we make material decisions, when we make technical decisions, we make all of these other decisions to happen. And I think in that case is when you realize how important it is to break some levels of innocence in our ways of looking the good intentions of architecture, as much as it triggers a field of, you know, incredible violence in other places around. And I think that is, I mean, economy could be very, very tough and violent in many senses. You know, financial capital can be very brutal at many levels. I think this is making somehow tangible these fields of value, these fields of real estate values that are can be colored, you know, very studies of being incredibly well into the top floor of an apartment. But what it produces in other fields, what it produces in other territories, what it produces in other realities that are not rendered in the transparency of these glasses or in the beauties of these interiors, or. And I think this is a fantastic studio pedagogical model, just because it permits you to touch and make it touchy, like, you know, those aspects that are not particularly well addressed in architectural curricula, right? In the pedagogy, because we're still holding on the good intentions of architecture. the good intentions are, my intentions are that you try, most of the students are always talking on the good things of what the design is producing. Of course, this is what we are training for. But what about taking consciousness of all these other elements? I think Kyriakous with this syllabus is putting you in a very, very productive position. You can realize exactly what you do when you design. Just becoming the promoter, the builder, and the owner, a matrix of the owner, without thinking other elements and ignoring these elements is permitting you precisely to put you in that situation. Ms. Van der Rohe ignored most of the things, including the client transport hours, because he wasn't researching to make this radical statement of what is about. But I think ignoring all these elements of model ethics of capitalism, it puts you exactly in front of this, and then you become creative. But the thing that these projects are doing is just revealing the hidden part of our exercises. And in this point, I want to drop this comment of, rendering and producing images are very powerful tools. You're in a very important position right now because all the imaginaries you bring to the front are producing battlefields, are producing situations and conflicts, and are producing things that are rendered with beautiful people making beautiful things. But at the same time, you're not revealing, the battlefields where these things are happening when you render these elements, right? And I think this particular group of exercises are exactly, at some way putting us in front of this conversation in a very, very productive capacity. And I really appreciate the performance were fantastic in terms of, enacting, these elements, right? At some point, it was really nice to see you very, very into the tiredness of
Allie wanted Emmy today for sure.
I did.
Or dramedy.
But it's not very violent. I mean, you were enacting this moment of I'm tired, but you're deeply tired of what it means. And the only way of escaping this tiredness is just to call an Uber. Can you drive me around with your air conditioning, with your couch? So I really enjoy your work. It was fantastic. I really love the commitment of representing these specifics and making them happen. Congratulations for offering us this momentum. I think.
Yeah, I really appreciate the pedagogical setup that you made here. Yeah, so by having the students to perform different parties, we were, able to foster a lot of interesting discourses from very different perspectives. Yeah, I very much enjoyed all the speculations that we had today from your very provoking projects. So congratulations, and I hope you understand what are the driving factors of shaping this kind of discourses and also the designing approaches towards the condominium, which is very critical. And you're going to be more in like residential projects a lot as an architect after the graduation. So I hope this kind of reminiscence to your future career too.
Okay. Stephanie, you want to say something?
Congratulations. Like Kyriakous is convinced that I don't enjoy the studio. No, the work is amazing. So, no, the drawings are amazing. Love the performances. So I just think that there's so much material for us to talk about. So if that's not coming across, that how far you've come, especially because I talked to a few of you at midterm, and these projects didn't exist at midterm, these speculations, right? So this is an immense amount of work and thinking and processing that you've done right throughout the whole semester. So you've like come such a long way from that. So congratulations, really.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's go for lunch, and I think we'll come back here at 2 p.m.
2?
Yes. So there's time to walk around, see other studios.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I don't know if,
Yeah.
I don't know if things are gonna ship, but I can't put any more pressure on the librarian, so let me put another.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it.
But I don't know. That's so funny, you're like,
He's in the class right now.
Okay. That's all. So I mean, I think it's possible, I just can't let the librarians like have max. Sure. But
I don't think it is.
if there's like,
We have that's what I mean when you get lunch.
I don't think I've seen anything ship yet.
Or you wanna walk around and chill.
That's the one thing.
yeah, definitely. So you know somebody named Daniel Allen?
I feel better after these.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so I want to ask him, because he said.
I mean, it's not.
His name?
I think, yeah.
Daniel from our class.
Yeah, that's.
It is? Okay.
Let me check with him.
Okay.
Oh, mine is-
Yeah.
Is this your name?
Then it might, that might be on the ship. Well, you know when we can have.
No, we did.
I'm definitely in, like, this last land, I took a problem. This is the one that's like.
Yeah, I think that
Yeah, you don't have to pick
It's also.
I wanted to.
So no, I was like, I wasn't late, but I didn't know that you have to be registered for class in order to do it. So I was ready to know all the classes. And so I ended up trying to figure out. That's how.
Okay, well, that makes sense, like, so I'll keep you updated.
I appreciate it, yeah.
But it's just like, otherwise. So you're. So then, but like doing some class like last year, at least not there's much.
Yes, exactly.
I know, that'd be a good place.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, it works out fantastic.
Okay, I'll keep you posted on.
I appreciate it. Yeah, cheers.
All right.
Thanks again.
Tell him that. Brochure over here.
All right.
Oh, the gentleman. Yeah. Okay, as long as somebody has it.
Yeah.
I
don't.
Yeah, it was very rich.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I would love it because we're working on this.
Yes, absolutely. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That's your computer as well.
Even your work, amazing, is what your guys is.
Thank you, sir.
Sir. I'm your age, right?
Sorry, but
I'm your age.
You know, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, good. They were like begging, they all hold it. Really cool. Maybe tomorrow or I think it was nice. Yeah, we, I think it was prepared. We all.
It's what we're on with color. So here's our pink project in the room. They're so cool. Very, but you know what I mean? It's like I've only worked in Illustrator like this whole semester. How did your review go? It was good. We like, this is like, it's just like a speculative project, you know what I mean? Like there's not an ounce of realism in it. Right. There wasn't even a rhino model to be completely honest. So, super interesting. It was very like, we are conversating. It's a weird concept. It's hard because like I wanted to be an alter so bad that like it's just so different from that. And that's like alters is so my vibe. But you know, this project though, like literally so good. Like look at this render. Fourth year undergrad too, like not a master's student, like well. I'm literally like, that's like that one. Like this is literally like a quality of a render to do like also this is much more your graphic. Yeah. Vibe. Yeah. Well, so their projects actually like this, they're gonna get like excellence, they're so good, but this book, do y'all know 432 Park in New York? It's like basically they made this like marketing book. Like this was intended to like help sell the condo. And like it's just this whole like book on New York or whatever. And so they made like their project mimic this book. Yeah. So like in terms of the concepts and stuff. I'm trying to find a picture of the building. It's funny, it's like marketing for the building, but obviously like the building's not even. So interesting. I was listening to this. They have not gone yet. No, there's two more groups that haven't gone yet. But anyways, they did their whole presentation in like with the same vibe as like a marketing presentation, which is really cool. And then they made like little books that I guess none of them are here, but they made a little book that had all their like marketing images in it, which is really cool. Is this whole wall there? Yeah. So that was like their like midterm work. And then. But interestingly enough, a lot of people in the studio did stuff I've never seen before where they like don't use anything but Rhino. Like these drawings were all done completely in Rhino, like were not illustrated. Like they somehow used like Rhino rendering.
This?
Yeah. Like literally.
Are you sure?
I promise, like literally promise. I think they photoshopped like the trees and like the text. But like everything else is done in Rhino. So like they literally
What?
did like a Rhino screenshot.
What the F?
Yeah. It's like incredible. Cause it's like basically, you know,
But how do you make your
like,
work?
cause you can like change the
And,
inlines
like,
and
Rhino.
right? And like I've never.
Interesting.
thought
These
about that.
two? Or no? No, that's Photoshop.
I wonder.
That's gotta be.
Oh no.
Our conversation. It's so cool though. Yeah. Wait, I hate that. That's so creepy. Creepers. They're all so cool. We're only crazy now. We just realized that the whole thing's like, nothing's recording us. And we're like, I don't like that. That's really good. But yeah.
Is this your whole studio's work?
I'm so, yeah.
With everyone went in groups. So like I was a group of 3, they were a group of 3, group of 2.
Okay. They're done, so we can go on that.
Whoa, I think the owl is still recording.
Oh, these are cool colors.
Yeah, so where the pink grew up.
Wait, is it all of this?
No, it's from like the corner until like the end of these renderings.
Oh my god, I like the like posters the album.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's all like graphic. We were a big.
Whoa. Crazy. Whoa, that, so you did that whole thing, that's when it's tripping me out.
Yeah.
Yeah, whoa.
Yeah.
Cool.
So cool. Every time I come in here, I always show people their projects. Their projects so good.
Oh, I love all the colors and graphic stuff. It's so fun.
It is fun. Also, like all of us were freaking out because we had such a pigmented like colors. Like we have like all this black, like, and we tried putting it the first time and it was all like, you know, like the printer kind of messes up and makes like lines. So it's really streaky, and then we all had to figure it out because we all had such big stuff.
So cool. I like how I put the borders on the drawings. I should have done that.
The what?
Like the white border.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the detail that goes into it, it's insane. How does it do these drawings? I'm confused. Is watercolor paper? Oh, it is.
It is? Wow. Pretty much our entire project was done in Illustrator and Photoshop. So like all of this stuff was done in Illustrator. Like it just came up, except for like, so basically like for this one, the workflow was like, we drew out these lines in Illustrator and like carved out spaces, and then somebody else in our studio like or someone in our group Revit planned like these things, and then like Illustrator just made these masses in the Photoshop type thing. So yeah, big thing for everything except for this I did in Rhino, like the cut lines, and then everything else was Illustrator and Photoshop.
It's like
I love that. That's super great. So theirs was super cool. Basically, like made this thing. They had this like whole catalog where they studied like all these different residential floor plans and looked at moments where like the walls and the columns did this weird things, and like realized that the architect really doesn't do a lot of this stuff. It's like they bring in like floor plan consultants that just like make really efficient floor plans, but like that doesn't in line with like the facades that the architects are creating, or you know, like there's that like weird
So
relationship.
the studio is like practice off this idea of affordable housing zoning overlay. They are, it's built with. Unless that's just that person. I'm a little confused. I guess most studios don't like that, but they actually we're really. You don't have to. This is compelling. This is all CLT on top of it. Yeah, and this is like the people. Then they have. I thought they each had to pick what their towers were. In like relation to like why, like if one person picks World Housing, one person picks like, they have to pick their program. And they want this person, like these, all of that rendering of all the luxury facets, like this is quickly. Luxury. I don't know, like what this has all the kitchens. So this show.
They're all very surreal.
Yeah. It's interesting, like being dropped into this with no background. I mean, that's one way to interpret it.
Trying to see if there's.
Like we're like working backwards from the literal, so I'm like, really, this is the result of an argument that they had for weeks. And we're like, oh, well, it looks like to me you're. Maybe I should go back to architecture school.
Oh, they're all, each presentation has a script, like a narration.
Yeah, I noticed that. I always typed up what I thought I wanted to say during a review and then just held it and totally ignored it while I talked. But like the act of making it made me feel more confident.
It's like a screenplay.
Relation to high rise.
What is this doing? So
3D capture.
There's something to be said for too, the like, just at first glance, we like renders like approached photorealism and then we got the ability to make them incredibly photorealistic. So now we're like veering away towards like this style. I feel like it's very playful.
absolutely.
Yeah, like it would look very out of place. Well, I guess you have photorealistic renders, but like almost no one is using like literal realism.
This is fantastic too, but like this illustration, these illustrations for all the projects, and this is fun.
Yeah.
Christian Perez did a tower study that focused on these like tensile columns that thread through the floor plates. So you see like this tensile structure that holds the column. Towers.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is like.
They did write scripts. What professors and stuff? What we were going through?
Navane, NEVA, you know?
No.
I love this delirious New York one.
Yeah.
It was all of the.
I love, this is like, could be a photo in itself of like the energy drinks, the coffees, the donuts, like.
Oh, yeah. If you were to guess, what year studio do you think this is?
Oh, this is third or fourth year. I mean, they understand like, you wouldn't see like a plan like this from like the second year, I don't think, with like proper like pochets, like thicknesses here and like doors. It seems to me like third or fourth.
Do you think it's undergrad?
Yeah,
I don't.
but I think it might be a partner project though. Anthropologists.
What is this?
I said we're like anthropologists.
Oh.
I think that's just like a material.
Okay, see, so it was,
Oh.
so it was like group projects.
This is all from.
It looks like.
Oh, A24 is a production company.
Oh, this is A20. No, that's 432, but
Before was.
but you are
It's
correct.
432.
There was one in here that's from Manhattan. This is sick.
Ghostbusters.
Here it is. I love this one. What is this?
Raphael Benitez, that's who.
Oh, there you go. Susan's residential real estate system in New York. We've identified 6 key protagonists.
Oh, it's the
He
thing.
reinvented the ship. The 5 presentations you will see will have a rather performative attitude, attempting to simulate the behaviors of the 6 protagonists and reveal their agendas within imaginary realities. Student work with groups initially developed questions about putting phenomena. Projects are balancing between reality, fantasy and reality, embedded with irony, and approached essentially with a sense of humor. Commentary on state architecture today. I really should have been more sarcastic with them all that.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Like that type of like satirical like approach to this studio is very similar to like what Mary Michael was doing with hers.
I think
It's
people
like
want,
the absurd.
I think we have a lot of issues right now in society, and like architecture wants to be very critical of it. There's no like, we lost like, there's no like idea that like through modernism design will like save society. It's like society has all these issues and we don't really know how to solve them. So.
Did say.
Stay in this room for a while.
This is
Do you guys want to walk around?
Yeah. The Sky Bridge.
Especially if you guys like move over the town, it's kind of just based down.
The big pink one. Of course, well, it was just minus yours.
This looks great, by the way.
Yeah.
We're just sort of like
Thank you.
peeking around all the studios. What year are y'all?
This is an advanced studio, so
Okay.
it's all like upper class and undergrads and then master's students. So
Okay.
I'm 5th year bachelor's, but my 2 partners are masters.
Okay. Have y'all presented yet?
We went this morning. Most of the groups have except for this group
Okay.
and that group. Yeah.
Well,
We're just saying we could be in here for a while.
Yeah.
Lots to look at. Yeah, it's very visually stimulating.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You guys were in groups of 3 typically, or is it 2 to 3?
Group of 2 and 3. Yeah, the whole semester too. So
Nice.
very interesting.
It's really nice. It's
Yeah.
really great work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
Who's your professor again?
Kyriakous.
Kyriakous.
Yeah. I think this is his first. Is this his first year? Yeah, but he's teaching next semester too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so you have a good one. Good job.
Thank you.
It reminds me of that studio.
Yeah, very
Holy
respectful.
crap. I love this though.
Yeah. Play games.
How do you feel about it? No, this drawing, these two are the most. Lines. Oh, this is really nice. Actually.
You're always my biggest supporter.
I have to.
that. I think you go check out this video. And we
It's super cool. Hey, no, this is Kyriakous Studio.
Oh.
Yeah, we just saw it early, I guess.
I guess I looked wrong. Well, no,
I
I
think
looked.
you're on this one. I hope
No.
you are. but-
Oh,
I got the wrong room.
you are on Kyriakous?
Yes.
Okay, good, good. So we're in the right.
All
I'm
right.
not sure where you are.
This is 3.118.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You want me to look to see where you are? What's your last name?
Snyder.
Let's see, I just had the schedule up.
I'm
Okay.
looking for Charles D. Piazza and Keith
Oh,
Simon.
I don't know where that one is.
Oh, okay, they are
I
in,
thought they were in the main.
oh, they're in Sutton Hall,
Oh,
on the third floor, yeah, Sutton, different building, yeah, Sutton Hall, third floor hallway.
Is this starting?
No,
late?
I don't think until like 1 or
I don't- I think it's at 2 o'clock.
2?
Oh,
Okay.
okay, so we're just.
I mean, that's what I've heard, but I'm too sure. 1:30 now.
Okay.
And late.
We just had to work with one of the students that you have to say.
Oh, you're not in here.
No, we're just observing.
We just overheard at 2 o'clock.
Okay, oh, so you all are not part of the studio?
No.
Okay, got you visiting that. Okay.
No, just because, well, I'm here.
I mean, I should do it from 80. I would like walk in on Saturday morning, it's like, studio. I'd like go to the thermostat, it was at like 80 crank all the way up.
Really?
Or I think it's probably more like turn it up really, really high, you know, get up quick or whatever.
Hello. Hey, how are you? You're not starting till 2?
Yes.
Okay, no, that's good, it gives you a little more break time.
Yes, you
Okay.
can relax and take a break. Hey there.
Oh.
I think we'll make you a member of the studio.
That'd be great. Don't put my name down on both. Do you have any other reviews that are going on right now? I mean, obviously there are. But right now it's like lunch, right? But so nothing's really.
I think the lunch just ended. We must start back up. Actually, nothing else today. I know a few are by tomorrow.
I don't want to put my head around. There would already be like things here.
Yeah, I walked around the main jury room. That's pretty cool. Like basically directly down over there. There's some cool stuff. And in the middle room, there's like in the class.
Yeah.
Too much. But I was haven't visited something or anything yet.
That's true.
The fourth floor is not this kind of.
Been above the first floor. Or the-
I hadn't until today. Rachel's was on like the fourth floor.
Really?
That's the word.
No, it was just me. But she was over.
Kyriakous. You're students. What level are you students? So these masters? This is advanced or vertical?
Advanced.
This is advanced. They're all masters or
Master and
upper level?
senior undergraduate.
Okay. Awesome.
Although these two are cool.
Yeah.
Are they working in groups or individuals?
Groups of two,
Just
like three.
Okay.
So there's 5 groups in total.
Okay.
Very, very tall.
We review 3 in the morning.
Oh, so we're only reviewing two.
Yeah.
I don't know that building, my experience hasn't been that great.
I'm gonna go hang out with Jessica
And
a little bit.
Oh, only two projects? Oh, okay, so we may not even go all the way till
You wanna go?
till 5. That was how Stephanie's was yesterday. We did 3 in the morning and only 2 in the afternoon.
We wrap up around 4.
Okay.
I was looking to swing, I guess, today.
Mhm.
She introduced me to this other idea, which is very interesting. She had them, all 5 of them present twice in the morning. And in the afternoon. Then they got like 2 sets of feedback.
Ah, wow.
That also gives you the opportunity to adjust maybe a little bit.
Mhm.
I don't know. I think it's interesting.
It is.
maybe for next time. I mean, usually I have 6 projects, so it's 3 and 3, and it's very
Right.
balanced. Yeah, with 5 projects is a little difficult. What else did you see these days? I mean, yesterday and this morning.
Oh, this morning I went on the reviews. Today is my half day.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just starting now. Yesterday was a whole day. Tomorrow was a whole day. Today was half. So yesterday I was with Stephanie.
Okay.
It's Stephanie Troy in the morning. And in the afternoon, I was with Mike McCall.
Okay.
And he's done with the 3rd-year undergrads. And they were designing.
Is it housing?
No, they were doing a winery.
Okay,
A winery.
okay, yeah.
A winery along the Texas fault line, somewhere out in the country. So that's what the winery, and of course, you know, Stephanie's project was speculative futures, and so everyone had a different site. They were dealing with some type of social or political health crisis.
I've been
Exactly.
I'm in the region.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I really like it.
Oh, it was a great, very great project. Very great project. It's good, just the diversity of projects. I like that you're doing housing, but you're doing these tower typologies, which, you know, this is very interesting.
Well, it's, you know, it's not so much about how, I mean, housing is the, you know, the vehicle, and it's more about that criticism towards capitalism, capitalist structures in New York that they're emerging city. And
also, this New York is a site for everyone's project.
yes.
Okay, great.
Everyone is free to pick a plot of land, and, you know, some are very specific about the location, others are not so much.
But they're all in New York.
But they're all in New York.
All in Manhattan
You know,
specifically.
not necessarily. Actually, yes, they're all in Manhattan.
Yeah, it kind of
but
makes sense.
it's more. I mean, the whole city was in discussion.
They could have chosen anywhere.
Yes.
But all of them chose Manhattan.
Yeah, no, this group, for example, was at some point they were in several sites in Brooklyn and things. But in the end, I mean,
They landed in Manhattan, yeah.
They're not that site specific anymore. That's in Manhattan, that's Midtown.
Have any of them been in Manhattan before?
Some have lived there.
Some have, okay.
Some have lived in New York.
Okay, cool.
And typically I'll do a trip with the studio where I take them there.
Right.
And spend a few days. But the way the semester started with COVID and all these concerns about travel, like I skipped that part. Which, you know, it hurts a little bit the dynamic, because it takes a lot of time for them to grasp it.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, cool. I'm excited to see the presentations.
This we saw in the morning. I mean, this is a take on the high rise of homes. This open structure that it creates, instead of floors, it creates those plots of lands that are open for development up there.
Okay.
And it doesn't play with this skin tower, which is right next to it, and it kind of blocks its view and blocks its fancy facade.
So since these are all viewed as individual plots of land, they can be developed or built out in whatever way they.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
That is interesting. That's interesting, yeah.
And they have, here they have a collection of scenarios, scenes, possible interpretations of that. What could this generate? And the other one back there is more of a surrealist project.
Yeah, that one there.
that's trying to completely disassemble the traditional building techniques, and pull all the building systems apart and create a new type of space, which is governed by autonomy and lack of coordination. This is talking about public spaces, how they can be integrated in buildings and producing a set of legislation that would create an exchange of public space on the ground for more floors of building in the air.
This one is really interesting. These are all the possibilities that can exist on each of these floors, a completely different typology.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, that's very interesting. In terms of structural practicality, I see that obviously these are, kind of, I don't know if they're fortified enough to be able to do that, but were those a consideration in terms of structure, or is it more about the idea?
Not so much. I mean, each team, for each team will create kind of an agenda and a set of issues that were relevant to them.
Yeah.
And they worked a lot with the detailing. They actually use this.
Yeah, I'm saying that they're
took
looking
it
at the structure.
In the structure, they have a class which is structural design, and
they kind of coordinated.
it.
Okay. And what's happening on this tab? This like office space?
That's an existing high-rise.
Oh, this is an add-on.
Yeah. So their building is this column.
So is this a completely separate building?
Yes.
Oh, okay. It looks like they're together.
It's that building there.
Oh, okay.
Which is 111 West 67th Street, like
oh,
very
okay.
Skinny tower.
Oh, so this is part of
Central Park.
So this is on Billionaires Road then?
Yes.
Okay, okay, okay. It's on 57. Got it. Got it. And they're not concerned that this is blocking that view from that entire side?
Well, it's not, because that whole wall is a sheer wall.
Oh, so there are no windows in this wall anyway.
There are no actual windows, even though.
So it's a 270-degree view.
Even though there's glass in it, the glass is decorative, it's not.
I got you. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, interesting.
So the whole study is trying to expose these ideas of development, of how the architecture through the process of real estate development becomes transformed and altered and it arrives at those dead-end conditions where the architect is powerless.
Okay. Yeah, very interesting. So we'll be looking at this one here and that one there.
Right. That's this one is about.
No, just saying which of the two that we're going to be looking at in the afternoon is this one here.
This one next to the door, and then the colorful one.
The colorful.
Right.
Okay, so those are the two.
So this is a little bit about affordable housing.
Okay.
And that on the left is about interior design strategies.
Okay.
Also, we have donuts.
Okay.
If you want a snack.
Yeah, I just had lunch. I'll probably have one when I come back. I'm gonna go have a smoke really quickly.
Yeah, go
and
for
I'll
it.
see you in about 10 minutes. Or 15 minutes.
We'll start at 2.
Okay, great.
So take your time.
Going back.
How are you feeling?
Fine. More relaxed. How are you?
I'm very happy.
We're back.
I'm back. How are you?
Good.
You found your coach?
What?
Your couch?
Yep. Have the border of breakfast.
So we have a few minutes here.
Yeah, what time is it?
1:50.
10 minutes. Yeah, I found Danielle and Todd, so they know to come back at 2.
Okay. Okay, so I will come back.
Okay, do you think? Okay. Hello.
How's lunch?
Guys.
There you go.
The Dean Suite.
Oh, yes, I
Wow,
forget that
we
they.
weren't invited.
they provide,
Well, someday you will.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate goal, getting fed from the team suite.
Yeah.
The reviewers this morning were great. Like,
Yeah,
fantastic.
it's
The
just-
reviewers, yeah, I like really diverse backgrounds.
Those two.
Okay.
So one of these, one of these two.
Yeah.
I mean, there's something that are going to be.
Yeah.
Voice. Hello.
It felt so good, like having the full
After I
team.
ordered my $8. Wait, there
Never-
was a
never come watch
were
this.
there benches?
The more.
Yes.
This is what's taking over fit in the
Is
work.
it? You guys have
Yes.
little flowers, that-
They're probably part of.
Yeah, I hate a bad salad.
Yeah.
Nothing worse than a bad salad. Because the salad is already not very exciting. So if it's bad, you're like, oh God, I just spent $20 on the
Right, like
salad.
salad is really good.
Yeah.
Right.
Talking about again.
We were saying-
Complaining about something.
Me? Wow.
There are no benches in Midtown.
Oh, I know.
salad.
You're like, you leave my home, New York, and you complain about it?
Yeah, very much
It was
so.
$20 and it wasn't good, they can't even sit down. He's mad because I came back and I was like, no more New York, New York's done. I forgot about. I mean, I already got that. Yeah. No, I'm not here. Yeah. I am feeling better. I, so where'd you go? Well, I just got something in one here, but we walked over and got like kava and that. Okay. Yes, you think that like that? Yeah, where's your like junior news? Read all about it. Yeah.
Like if you talk about it, it starts to sing.
I know, this is great. I looked to see who it saw, and it sees the whole room. I think I haven't seen it. Yeah,
I love your presentation.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. That was the goal. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
It seems like so much longer of a time.
It does.
That I was,
They're not fast. 17.
Copenhagen. In your class.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. You went to Copenhagen.
Oh, I don't remember.
Anyway.
Sorry.
It's the kind of year.
I know, it was.
But I saw him the other day. It just seemed like I had you guys like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
But it was just last spring.
I know.
Before I come to the school, I watched your your studio, the fine house.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's, yeah, I remember her project. It's the tube, right?
Yep.
Nice turn. Of course.
Yes.
So good.
You guys are a team?
And Tyler. I don't know if you know Tyler.
I don't know Tyler. Hi, Tyler.
It's the.
Wait, I sensed some irony in the way that you expressed that.
I
It's a
don't
slight to
know.
one of us, I feel.
Glad that we're still a family.
Yes, we just didn't hang with each other.
That's what she wanted to say. That's what I was thinking. I know when I asked you earlier, I just tapped Patrick on the shoulder, and was like, "It's yours," and then I couldn't reach you because you were kind of buried in the crowd.
Yeah.
And
It's
I
done.
thought, oh, I wonder which is phones, and I don't know what you're gonna say.
Yeah.
The same,
All
right?
the same.
How's the morning been? Were you on the class this morning?
Not this morning, no, I've been trying to actually
Mercifully.
catch up on my
You should
life.
Yeah.
So I didn't really-
Yes.
Yeah, I can't wait for that
I
feeling.
think the reviews come together. Because we don't.
Registration, I imagine, like really.
It's just
amps
all
things up
on
too, right? Like around that
A
time.
little bit, yeah, I mean, I have people like that.
Would you be one of the
nudist?
nudists?
Yeah.
I
can't get in.
Like what?
And then did you
Yes,
dolly?
yes. You need to take care of those people. I hope that's what you mean to catch up.
Tomorrow's not.
Oh,
You were on all of the wait lists. And registered for the one class they're not intending to take, yes. What's that?
I'm like, tell me your
Yes, so what happened was.
Right,
And by the time I got registered, by the time they started.
I tell you, that's how our school is.
Get on the wait list.
So nice, you're like, I wish I could.
Class.
Yeah.
So I was like.
Like,
Italian, and figured out that I just needed to pay. So, like, hopefully, by then they will all.
Yeah.
Okay. I had a I know. Yeah. I was wanting so.
yeah, he's so great.
Love it. I saw it. And I was. Good.
The program and we didn't have space to do the entire like summer.
No, it's not you, it's like the fact that like things get disrupted. And then no one.
One look at I like whatever I get, like,
You're like,
I'm reading articles.
you're not married? You're not married? You're married? You should have been. There was a very married, right? That's awesome. You guys got it.
Giving yourself. Okay, yes.
Were you going to use this morning as well?
Well, no, I'm not. I look very mature.
You do. You're very authoritative. I'm ready to judge these people. Okay, so you're the one. Oh, okay. Hey. Okay, cool. Who are the other viewers? Wait, that's okay. I did the workshop. You got them now with me, or okay, there we go.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, you want to sit here? Hey, no, we did. Yeah. How are you? I'm sorry. All of this information, you felt all the stress. The highs, the lows.
I'm sorry. All right, we ready? So we're continuing from where we left this morning. I'm going to briefly reintroduce the studio for our new two guests, Todd Brown and Danielle Briscoe, who both you know, I guess, from the school. Danielle, as you know, she's an associate professor here at UT and graduate advisor for architecture. She's a practitioner since 2005 with experience from some very amazing architectural offices like Gary Partners and Marmor Gradziner. Thank you, Danielle, for being here. And Todd Brown, who is the 21-23 Race and Gender in the Built Environment Fellow here at UT. He has been trained as an architect, but he's also an environmental psychologist with a PhD on that field. His research lies primarily in the intersection of critical race theory and the built environment. He's an interdisciplinary scholar and has taught in various programs, including psychology at Hunter College, Uni, and the Fashion Institute of Technology, urban studies at Queens College, and architecture at the City College of New York and Columbia University. Also, for Danielle and Todd,
I want to give you a little summary of the studio, which examines the residential real estate ecosystem in New York, looking to find ways in which architecture driven by capitalism changes our cities, our cultures, and eventually change itself. In order to understand the system, we have devised a system of 6 protagonists. The protagonists are representing those forces that basically formulate the market of real estate development in New York. These are the city, the developer, the real estate agent, the architect, the interior designer, and the builder. So the studio explores the dynamics between those key characters, unveiling streamlined mechanisms and latent intelligence for building production. We use New York base as a laboratory, an inventory of an incredible production of radical buildings in the last decade. But buildings here understood not only as pieces of architecture, but also as business ventures. Students worked in groups of 2 or 3, initiating the semester with a research phase in which they would go identify a protagonist and generate a number of questions around their role and their relationship with others in the system of the condominium. And after the spring break, these questions became departure problems for design exercise that try to produce critiques through architectural fantasies, buildings that are inhabit both the reality we're all experiencing and studying, but also a fantastical future in which certain leaps are being made towards more radical directions. Projects operate either at the scale of urban or more building focus, that is up to the students to determine what exactly is their thesis and what exactly is the design problem they're going to respond to. And the presentations include a performative element, which you'll see in a little bit. I don't want to ruin the surprise, but there's certain attitudes in the presentation that the students are bringing in the context of the 6 protagonists in the way they showcase the work. So, to not tire you anymore with too many words, we have Bo Balding, Patrick Lucas, and Ty Koroleski, and they will show us their work in New York and in the adjacent to the question of affordable housing.
Hi, everybody. As Kyriakous said, we are Bo and Tyler. And we're going to tell your story of New York City through the lens of different news articles that chronicle the changes of the landscape that are seen through the environment.
Right, so the first article up we're going to read is from Time Magazine. It's entitled "Affordable Housing: A Retrospective." 50 years ago today, New York City changed its zoning laws in an effort to combat the affordable housing crisis. At that time, 500 million square feet of housing would have been required to meet the demand of the 550,000 households that were in need. It was determined that the current incentives of property tax subsidies and zoning laws that granted FAR bonuses were not aggressive enough to keep up with the escalating crisis. Under those incentives, New York would have to develop over 2 million square feet of residential space to meet the affordable housing shortfall. What this amounts to is a 58-story tall residential monolith covering Central Park in its entirety. In addition, widely publicized examples of developers abusing the incentive system were bringing intense criticism. To take one example, the 157 development received a $66 million property tax incentive to develop their luxury super tall, but only subsidized the creation of 66 affordable units represented here in an offsite area in the Bronx. The New York Independent Budget Office examined this case and found that a responsible affordable housing developer could have generated 366 units with that same money, or if the entire budget had been spent from the 157 development, could have built 8,200 units of affordable housing. Mayor Bloomberg's administration began putting a high priority on affordable housing in the early 2000s. His efforts resulted in a residential development scheme where 25% of residential space that was developed was designated as affordable. City council members, architects, and affordable housing developers knew that something more extreme would have to be proposed, or the problem of affordability most New Yorkers were experiencing would continue to worsen. On May 5th, 2022, the problem of a severely rent-burdened population received the attention and action it deserved when the city announced that the zoning laws would be dramatically changed to favor the production of affordable housing. Effective immediately, the zoning percentages would be inverted such that bonus FAR incentives would only be given if 75% of residential development were designated as affordable. The zoning districts where this applied would be evenly distributed across the city in bands. Lobbying efforts by architects and affordable housing developer groups also convinced the city that the use of CLT as a construction method could dramatically stimulate the production of affordable housing. The architects argued that it would promote new building typologies that could integrate themselves into the city's pre-existing brick and mortar infrastructure. It could be pre-manufactured and reduce construction costs by 42%, which would enable developers to recoup profits even despite the lower rents that come with affordable housing. The city council adopted their proposal and included an additional 15% bonus FAR in the zoning areas to develop areas that use CLT construction.
The next article is titled Developing the CLT City. The changes to the city that resulted from the paradigm shift in zoning towards affordable housing has been dramatic. We reached out to professionals to understand how their industries have evolved to meet these changes. We sat down to speak with Chris, a second-generation contractor, and Hunter, a seasoned developer whose portfolio includes both luxury and affordable projects at varied scales. Chris, we'll start with you. Could you speak to some of the benefits you see in the new building construction methods that the changes in zoning have opened up? The city had a really hard time adapting to it at first. There weren't many tradespeople with experience working in mass timber, but the advantages it introduced as a lightweight and efficient means of construction brought enough demand to the city that the workforce adapted to it within a few years. You see, you can't stack concrete and steel construction on top of existing brick and mortars the way we've been able to do with CLT because they weigh 15 to 40 times as much as timber. You also can't build nearly as quickly or efficiently. Much of the construction we do is modular and pre-manufactured. There's a facility upstate where we precision mill the kits of parts and then flat pack them onto trucks that transport them into the city. Once they're on the scene, it doesn't take long for a crane and a crew to convert one of those kits into a home for a future resident. Hunter, as a developer, are the incentives now enshrined in the laws enough to offset the loss of rents that accompany affordable housing developments? That depends. The profit margins on affordable units have always been very tight, and that's why they weren't being built fast enough to keep up with their demand. The cost savings that come with the new building typologies, encouraged by the zoning laws, do improve their per unit profit margins of affordable housing considerably. However, increasing the percentage of affordable housing that has to be included to get the FAR bonus does diminish those margins close to what they were under more expensive construction methods. Not every developer has figured out how to be profitable in a 75% affordable typology like we have. What's been interesting to see is that middle-class New Yorkers are increasingly excited about CLT as a material for its aesthetic and environmental elements. Wood and sustainability have not been part of our city's fabric until recently, and people are willing to pay to live in it. There's enough demand for it that people are willing to pay top dollar to live in market rate units that are relatively inexpensive to build. There's some real creativity being displayed by architects and contractors and the integration of these buildings into the existing fabric of the city's built environment.
The next article is called Learning to Share. Levi Whitman is a worker and resident at 434 6th Avenue. This high rise is an innovation on classic building typologies with the 1+4, which is one concrete plinth plus 4 stories of wood construction on top. This hybrid of concrete and cross-laminated timber allows for these chunks to be stacked on top of each other, allowing the building to go taller with a less expensive price tag. One interesting quality of this building is the introduction of communal kitchens. And so we're lucky enough to speak with Whitman, and he's going to tell us a little bit of insight of what it's like to live with a community kitchen inside of a high-rise. Why did you move into 434? Well, you see, I was approved for one of the affordable units, and I moved in as soon as I could. It was such a relief to be able to afford my rent and not have to worry about what sacrifices I would have to make that month. What is it like living with a community kitchen? You know, I didn't know what to expect. My first thought of a communal kitchen was one where everyone is cooking over each other, people getting in the way, messes are left out for days, and food is left out and no one cleans it up. But it's more of a community thing. You see, I love to cook, and when I saw a few people cooking for a large portion of the residents, I wondered how I could get involved. The head cook explained to me that this kitchen is more of a domestic service than individuals cooking all together. They're a group of people who love to cook and make meals for everyone else. Anything from beans and rice to sushi, anything you could really think of. It's a job. This group of people live in the building and they cook for the other residents. And so it is so much more of a community thing than I expected. And once I saw the breathtaking kitchen, I knew I wanted to be a part of it. With seemingly endless cooking space and islands for everyone to come together and eat around, it was a great opportunity for me to learn a lot while providing a social moment for the community. And you can't forget about the view. It's incredible. Being able to cook in a kitchen that's floating on top of the city. What else could you ask for?
All right, and the next article is going to be out of New York Magazine. It is called Filling the Gap, Here Being the Gap. So Karen Kafka is a resident of a fully affordable development called The Fill that has built itself on and into a midtown block between Waverly and Washington Place. The average resident's income here is 50% of the area median income. Hi, Karen. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? I sure can. I know you're here to talk about The Fill, but I've got a backstory a little more ironic than that of my neighbors. So I'm going to give you a little bit of it for context. In a former life, I was an up-and-coming real estate agent at Brick-in-the-Wall Brokers. I had just established my client base and fine-tuned my business card, and I was making just over 6 figures while my stock was rising at the firm before it all happened. Before what happened? Well, before the real estate crisis that killed the industry and my livelihood along with it. Several years after the zoning laws were enacted, the city started growing these affordable wooden metastases like the one I live in now. Little Tetris pieces landed on the built landscape all over the place, and the city started filing away its less well-to-do population into them like pets. Which sounds good on paper, right? The problem is that it sends a shockwave through the stability of the housing marketplace when thousands of people who had barely been making ends meet in a market rate housing situation all of a sudden had less expensive alternatives. They fled the market rate residential developments like they were on fire, and they scorched what landlords could charge for the rent on their way out the door. The city had basically triggered a real estate recession. It put people like me and thousands of others from industrial sectors like steel, concrete, and other trades that had been being made increasingly obsolete by wooden rooftops in the poorhouse. Well, how did all that change impact you? Well, my firm collapsed just a few years later, and since then I've been teaching grade schoolers down the block from my apartment, the apartment we're in now. The one where you can hear mothers chastise their teenagers for scratching the names of their crushes onto their neighbors' walls with penknives. From a rooftop courtyard that eternally reeks of smoke from weekend barbecues because unfinished wood holds on to odors like an old shoe. If I were a less resilient individual, I might be a little bit more bitter about my metamorphosis and its twists of irony. And I do think about how my life might have been different if my former career hadn't been abruptly aborted. But to tell you the truth, I'm grateful to be a part of my new, messy, warm community. And do you know what's really ironic? As a percentage of my income, I'm paying substantially less now than I was in my former box of a studio apartment that smelled only of empty ambition and cold stone.
The next article is titled Something About Sustainability. A play on the traditional 5/1 multifamily housing typology, expanded to a scale more aligned with the ever-densifying Manhattan cityscape. The new development, located at 401 6th Ave, features a number of CLT floors resting atop a more traditional concrete podium. The developers sought to create a new example of what it means to live in a luxury condominium in New York City. Sustainability isn't only an amenity, but a core feature of its financing and marketing plan. We had the chance to sit down with Kendall, a new resident of 401, and spoke about what it means to live in this building. So Kendall, what were some of the determining factors in your decision to move into 401? When choosing where to move, I looked closely at many of the factors at play. The building needed to have development excellence, but it also needed to translate into environmental excellence. We have driven electric cars for decades now, but my family knew it was time to take on our love for sustainability to the next level. 401, or what some of us call the split, has the typical hallmarks of what I was looking for in a luxury condo. A distinct shape, large windows, rooftop terraces, a private spa, and state-of-the-art exercise facilities. However, what set this building apart for my family and me was a push for a positive social impact. There are plenty of opportunities in this city to find a luxurious place to live with those amenities. What's less prevalent is a chance to live in a place that's making a push for a better future. Interesting. So what are some of the ways that sustainability ties in with some of these amenities you spoke of? When I come home after a long day of work and want to take a bath, I have the chance to do so in a bathroom unlike any other I've previously owned. It isn't just the finishes, but the actual construction of the building that's made from wood. When I'm soaking in the water and look out at that skyline, I know I'm making a difference.
Wrapping up, this article is called Occupying the Unoccupied. Located at 151 Waverly Place, you will find a village growing out of the unoccupied rooftops. This underutilized space is gaining some weight with the addition of prefab CLT pods. This proposes a unique opportunity to densify the city while preserving the culture of the neighborhood. But is this elevated neighborhood actually creating a community in the sky? We were lucky enough to interview Peyton Little, a resident of 551, to get some insight of what it's like to live on a rooftop. Has living here changed your perception of rooftops? It definitely has. I always associated that space with angsty teens doing drugs or hiding away from their parents. And now I'm doing yoga on Sunday with my neighbors with a view of Greenwich Village. The rooftop is acting more like the ground than the actual ground. And to be honest, it took a minute to get my boundaries straight. It's a weird feeling walking out on your front door and expecting to be on the ground and you're 5 stories in the air. There are some moments that feel grounded and tucked away, and others that are more exposed to the skyline. So in a way, it has opened up my mind to different possibilities for underutilized space in New York City. For example, could my village neighborhood start to connect with other village neighborhoods through sky bridges? Who knows, but it helps me think of new ways to imagine the city. So do you think there should be more rooftop neighborhoods? Oh yeah, of course. There's a sense of awe that takes over you as you navigate the shifting rooftops, discovering pockets of people occupying courtyards and creative spaces or in creative ways. For me, it feels like a great use of space that is previously underutilized and allows for a greater mix of people in the neighborhood. All I know is that ever since this place was built, there have been more and more local shops opening up on the street level, and so it must be doing something right.
Finally, this is from Summation Magazine, and we have an article titled The Leaders of New York. The city has changed. The streets are full of local businesses again, rents are competitive, and people are reimagining what New York can be. What was once dead, unoccupied space is now full of wooden life. Neighborhoods that were once dying from a lack of full-time residents are being revived with a diverse wave of people who can now live affordably and can invest in themselves and their neighbors. There's a layering of cultures and people that now reaches from its streets through to its skies. New York is no longer delirious, it is grounded and sober. And its date of sobriety can be directly traced back to May 5th, 2022. Hit your numbers, right?
I guess I'll start. I think the narratives you all provided from the articles, I mean, they were, for me, were very interesting perspectives. Kind of just outlining not only some of the kind of social and policy issues around affordable housing in New York, but also the experiential quality of living in these spaces. I was really drawn to this image here, this rendering. When you first mentioned CLT, honestly, what came to mind was not cross-laminated timber. I thought that you all were talking about community land trust. Right? That's initially because I think about planning and thinking about more kind of equitable living situations. That was the CLT that I was thinking, and I think that's still applicable to your project, right? So you're working in what part of Manhattan? Is this around Waverly?
This is, yes.
This is Waverly, right? And so in Lower Manhattan, and I've lived in New York for the last 11 years before moving out here to Texas, even though I lived in Upper Manhattan. So I'm just living on the grid. As you know, Lower Manhattan, it's away from the grid because it follows the old European town kind of arrangements, more kind of like concentric slash, not necessarily following, a grid pattern. And even how you depicted this, for me, it's kind of reminiscent of like old European, it's the inverse of old European towns that are usually kind of this more beige, that's kind of stucco buildings with the clay red tile roofs, right? You inverted the color scheme. So I'm thinking about this in that way. I'm thinking about, again, still the CLT and what would this be like if in your plan, this housing was done around a community land trust? How might that change the experiential qualities of what you're doing? So you've pretty much designed, your intervention is essentially everything in the rooftop. You're working at that scale. So you're kind of keeping what's happening at the ground level intact, and you're kind of saying what happens when you build on top of it, this new kind of construction typology. And I think that might be a good way to preserve the current urban fabric of the city, but I'm also wondering, because you decided to work at the rooftop, your proposal ends up being, right, fragmented, as you can see here. And I'm wondering if, in what ways do you start to, I think I can see it in some moments, but in what ways do you start to unify the experiential qualities across these different rooftop typologies in terms of what's happening and I mean, obviously you have some interventions like complete towers, but what happens when someone is inhabiting like one of these kind of smaller island kind of pod type spaces versus what happens when someone's living in kind of like these yahtzee pieces or the tower? What do you see as the unifying element in terms of, because these are all residential, and I say correct, they're all residential. With the residential, is there one common theme across these different typologies? What do you see being the unifying or connective? Because I feel like if this were done under a community land trust, that might provide an overall structure to tie them together, but since that is not the case, the cross-laminated timber, it seems to be the unifying thing, right, in terms of not performative, but structurally. So experientially, what would be tying these elements together?
I don't know if we thought about tying them together experientially, because the goal for us was to look at the inverse of the relationship of affordable and free market and flip it on its head. And so that's where we started with the new zoning laws of seeing, if we do 75% of affordable housing within all new residential development, how does that happen and how do we incentivize developers to do that? And so that's where the CLT FAR came from and the affordable housing one as well. And so we're just tracking the way that unique developers would build in unique sites. And so they're taking advantage of this new zoning law in order to supply more housing and gain more rent on plots they already own, or start to buy the air rights from current resident or current owners of existing buildings and build on top of those buildings. So there's,
we had explored the idea of doing like some kind of master plan sort of thing initially, and there was like ideas to reclaim land or maybe build over Central Park as a kind of provocation. But it kind of became fairly obvious pretty quick that the scale that this would have beyond is almost impossible to master plan. So we felt like it would be more effective to come up with a change to the rules and then just let the protagonists play it out the way that they played out, having built the rules such that they really were sort of favoring the production of affordable housing. So there wasn't an idea that we're going to like unify this all and Corbusier the whole city. We just wanted to create a situation where the kinds of things that would benefit people who needed affordable housing would merge from.
So then I guess that's a great answer. I think my other question then would be not even looking at a kind of a unified system across all of these different typologies, but what do you see as being, since you have the goal of the 75% affordable housing, which I think is very admirable, very ambitious, but especially in a city like New York and Lower Manhattan, but I like that concept a lot. Depending on which building typology you're building on,
I'm assuming there may be some variation in the experience quality of these add-ons. What would be the major connector or that makes the space that you're building on top of tied to the existing space? So right, each of these, the red ground level areas are different, they're different building typologies, et cetera. But when you build on top of, let's say, one of these buildings on the corner here versus building on top of, let's say, something more of a tower versus building on top of something smaller, how do you tie in the add-on residential spaces to the existing building, whichever one it is? What do you see being a connector, or do you want it to be experience as something completely different from what it's being built on? Or are you trying to mimic any aspects or elements of the spatial qualities of the building that it's being built on? Or is it just kind of like starting from scratch?
We were kind of treating it as like autonomous typologies, like creating a new ground plane, for example. Like the different interventions we've looked at are kind of like in clusters or in like entire units. So we were looking at creating this like new groundscape kind of raised above the ground level in an autonomous kind of sense rather than.
But in terms of like circulation, access,
Yeah.
et cetera, would that be a completely separated experience?
It depends on the site.
Because I do want to say, I warn against that to the extent of, some of these buildings may be luxury, for example, luxury condos, right? You're building 75% affordable housing on top of it, great. If it is a completely kind of separated experience, we don't want to run into the risk of having like a corridor situation, right? Which is oftentimes common in buildings in New York where a percentage is affordable housing, but they have a separate entrance, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm wondering, is there some way to integrate these spaces, or does it feel like you're living in a completely different world, which could be good, but could also be more segregated, even though they share the same space? It's a different experiential quality if all of the wealthy residents are going in at 120 Waverly Place, and then you have a separate door that leads up to the affordable housing. Like, how much sharing of amenities, courtyards do you see that happening, or is it a completely different world?
It depends on the site ultimately. So you touched on a good point of some of these are not, like this example is geared towards more of the like free market side because they're only taking advantage of the 15% FAR increase. Where this one is the 75% mixed in and it's everyone uses the same space.
Okay.
CLT has taken over like open spot or bought a land or bought an existing building and created the lobby space for everyone to go up through these spaces. So there's moments where they link down and create the same entry experience for all user types when it's
existing and new.
Yes, a mix of everything. There are other examples where they use the existing vertical circulation because it's a part of the existing building, and so it's only geared towards the residents in the building. So we treated, like Tyler was saying, the rooftops as sites that the designers would have to articulate and figure out what works best for that site. Because like this isn't applicable everywhere, neither is this, and so they were able
This
to.
condition is one where you have an affordable housing situation where the existing elevator core is what serves. So people who live in the affordable housing unit be entering the same core. And
Okay, just
we're trying not to
separation.
segregate.
Right. Yeah, thank you.
Is there a precedent for 25-75?
I don't believe there is. I think it's fairly radical.
For their ratio?
Yeah, for the ratio, no. I did some back of the math numbers on how it would shake out if you did it with CLT, and you could still be profitable as a developer. Over the span of 25 years, I think the profit was reduced from like 360 million to 55 million, which is a big hit, but it's not nothing. It's in theory doable by back of the math calculations, which are maybe not adequate enough, are any indication. So it's not completely crazy.
We have just wondering what the social implications are for both sides of that story. I live in the 80-20 building that I think works really well. It's totally integrated. There's no corridor. There's no difference in units. It's fantastic. But I wonder if when that ratio is inverted, what happens?
We have seen precedents of 50-50, like a shop prefab tower that just went up as well a couple of years ago. So there are precedents with 50, and then we've seen like fully affordable, and we're trying to take cues off of that. And
Sendero Verde and it's in up in Manhattan, Harlem. They said it's new.
Which one is that called?
Sendero Verde.
You know where in Harlem?
I should know. I mean, I could, if we had a whole map up, I could probably point it to you, but I don't know like the location.
I feel like it's on 125th Street. Does it have the curvy facade that kind of goes in and out?
No.
Okay,
This
so
one
it's not
it's very rectilinear.
Okay.
And it's got a school that's annexed into, not annexed into, but built into
Okay.
as well.
I think the goal of the 70-25 is that you wouldn't really know like who is living where, because the CLT doesn't indicate affordable housing, and we didn't ever want that to be the case, because we didn't want the experience of you walking through the city and be like, oh, that's where the poor people live in the wood. And that was something that came up and is something we're going against, because we're really just trying to densify the city in a way that can be applicable, like spread across all different typologies of building. And so, like you said, you live in an 80-20 now, and it works really well. So we're hoping that the 70-25 would work really well too, because everyone's using the same space. You're able to go into the city. People can now
But it's
afford
a lot closer to a segregated model.
Yeah, so yes, but so is the 80-20, right? Just in the other direction. And there are more people that need affordable housing currently than not in New York. And it allows for people to move and have profits and be able to be in control of where they put their paycheck instead of it all just going to rent, which is like the ultimate goal, I think.
I also think there's, I don't think the way that you rendered it is helping your case. Like CLT is the structural system. Doesn't really have to have an implication on finishes.
For sure.
And I think, that, some more integrated, finish systems would, for that reason, that it's not like there's a certain class that's living in these certain identifiable projects. But, I mean, I could also see something where, typically the high floors, money's at the top. So the high floors are the expensive ones too. So there could also be a system where you are building market rate at top, so you're getting more money, and then every unit that you build, you have, as the tenant leaves, that unit becomes affordable elsewhere in the building or something like that. Also to integrate things more. So I think there's other systems you visit that.
For me, it helps that this is almost reading like a diagram.
Yeah.
That I can very clearly see the difference. And maybe that's not what is in the end, the goal, but at least at this conversation, it's helpful for me to read what's new and old. But I guess I want to return to the conversation of the master plan, which is something I'm typically against. But at the same time, I feel like you're building a version of Houston where anyone is allowed to do whatever they want willy-nilly. The developer drives how the outcome of the city feels and the situation becomes. So I think you have to be careful with that as a proposal, because to just say that a developer can do whatever they want as long as they've got the money, adding, yes, value through low-income housing, I still think there has to be a vision as to what you expect this to turn out to. And once it goes beyond, the scope of your drawing edges, how does this suddenly become the new city that we want without addressing some sort of vision? And I think you also should have some consideration of the impact maybe on transportation. That I know that that's probably outside of the scope of the studio, but it just seems like that would be an element within your narratives of kitchen common and outdoor rooftops. That's another sort of daily situation that I think this would affect in some way. So I just want you to maybe think outside the scope of, and that's what developers and builders and architects should always be thinking outside of the scope of their easements and the effects that it has on their daily existence.
I like this comment that, you know, planning of planning. You know, you can see a pharmacy, a pump deck.
A church, a nursery.
You can in New York too. That's the thing.
So, no, but I like something that you're bringing to the conversation, which is the material. So it's a kind of potential reflection of material geographies of nature. And these bring to us what type of other environments are we building for this environment, because this material will be extracted for some purposes. And I think this particular topic is beautiful in that sense. I think maybe digging down a little bit more deep in what type of other structures are you building attached to this one, social, political, economical structures that the building might help to leverage it, you know, the potential of this. For example, I don't know if you have read this book of which is the mushroom of the end of the world. Have you read about that? Which is an anthropologist that is looking at how the system of economical, political, social can grow in the ruins of capitalism. Is a particular mushroom that is being consumed in Asia, and it grows in the ruins of forests that has been burned by apocalyptic fires. And it's a mushroom that wouldn't exist without this tragedy, human but related topic, anthropocene. And then what happened is that the people that is cultivating this mushroom is people that is completely out of the system. They were living before in the jungle, and now they are camping and finding the mushroom. The mushroom cannot respond to human planning, and that's when I jumped into the planning, which is about, is there any capacity if you give agency to the ultimate client, which is this person in need, to find the opportunity to build whatever they need to do it by themselves, instead of hiring the whole system that will bring again the capitalism forces to the place. Is there any way, you say something that it was very attractive for me, the whole narrative, which is you were thinking of making a plan, a master plan, which is a kind of modern vision of what the future has to be. But at some point you said, but we said, no, just leave it. And then you have the case of this, difficulty. But in this specific mushroom that I was telling you, Seventeen is explaining to us how these systems can happen in a very structured way, based on absolutely needs of the ultimate client of this, or ultimate person that is in need of making this thing happen. And then we find that small communities have a specific problem that should be remediated by another element that is out of rules, but it has the opportunity to construct rules. And in this small, gap, I think something can happen. But I think you need to look at this book first in order to understand what I'm saying. The other element that is interesting to me is the one of even though if you're this drawing is fantastic because it's, as you were saying, it's mapping as how we imagine this thing. But there are substantial differences between one technology and another. For example, and I'm going back to enterprises versus individuals making this thing. As much as the material invite us to think without big infrastructures of economies and cranes, builders, and so on. For example, the tower, this one, which is very interesting, how you express the recipe into this floor. This requires technically a lot. Whereas the smaller houses could be do yourself, right? Do it yourself. And these small mentions are radically different in affordances, possibilities, and so on. For example, constructing the tower will require a whole infrastructure. But in the moment that you are cladding, someone will say, look, how much this material will last, because the economies of putting this material here versus expensive material that will last. You know, you are competing with this. Whereas in the smaller houses, you can say, with a low budget, I can build a house and negotiate with the community, and you know, and if something needs to be repaired, I don't need a crane. I need just the elevator or myself or some neighbors to help me. And this specific difference make the whole thing different. And the last thought, I really like the moment of this project, which is, and it's this image when you know, when I mean, Houston, when we are expecting a storms, everyone clads the house and the windows with this type of material. So it becomes the symbol of the environmental disruption.
Yes.
And then the whole city suddenly, like, with this material, but also formalized, is reclaiming this material in a different aesthetical position and opening different conversations with this. So when I see this image and I see Harvey arriving to the coast, then I start to build my own narrative. And I think this is because your proposal is triggering many potentials. I really appreciate that part. The mushroom of the end of the world, this material as representation of the environmental disruption, the idea of planning yes or no. I think those are incredibly powerful triggers to open a whole conversation. And I think which one of the three of them I would choose in this moment. The one that intrigues me in New York is the one of planning or not. In terms of this particular case of the I think you have to look at it because it's so incredibly detailed that explains to you what happens when nothing is planned, but there is an opportunity that produces a potential way of life. I really enjoy the moment that this collection of drawings are bringing. You know, even this one, the blue city versus the other one. I think those are fantastic, you know, imaginaries, material, ecological, and formal, social. Yeah.
How do the three of you operate on this?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Highs and lows.
Maybe not the emotional part, but you know, did you say give Tyler that section of the city and Bo gets this, or did you each get sort of?
We actually each took
plot
a
to design?
typology we started
Okay,
with.
so that's the-
So Tyler focused on like the tower, and Bo was working on the village, and like I was working on the gap and the split, and then we all like started mixing and matching to make sure they all felt the same or had similar qualities and different elements, and that they were all not just like individualized things popping up in the city, but like we're following the laws correctly. So that's kind of how those typologies work out. And then this part of the board really came from the first part of the semester of the research and how to understand and make that visual and just trying to get a visual cue to lead into all of this.
Yeah. No, I love the narrative. I love that you're, you know, sort of using this kind of playfulness. I think I just wish maybe, like what's been said, that there was an understanding of the rule set that could have crossed over between the way the three types manipulate the new ground, you know, to treat it like the tabula rasa, that you can then say the footprint of this building was from 200 years ago, now that we are trying to be better stewards of the planet and do the, form work that might give us better shading or, less thermal mass, it wouldn't necessarily just be an extrusion of what you're given already. It would reconsider the tabula rasa, it would reconsider what it should be from then on.
Yeah.
And I see some of the forms, twisting or being negated or just acting as an object on top. So that's already 3 different ways that this is being considered. And I just think it's fine if that list just goes on and on and on, but at least there's a list.
Yeah, right.
And at least there's some linkage to what each of these new ways of working can be addressed or feel linked. I think the linkage that is a commonality of them is maybe the next step in this process.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a little bit to speak on the master plan versus scattering thing too, is that we had discussed it a lot earlier. I think the scale and the complexity of the problem, like to fit the sheer number of like housing that we would need was what drove us away from the like singular master plan. Not to say it couldn't be a systemic master plan and have the rules laid out, but we started to look into these different, like completely different strategies as just a way of incorporating as many ideas to like densify and like juice up the space in these different methods.
Yeah, like instead of trying to create a brand new game for New York, we wanted to manipulate the rules to like benefit a different group of people that were like systematically not benefited or seen as valuable as like the billionaires that are building like empty high rises. So that's like the framework between the master plan and not.
Can you talk about the stripes a little bit more? I mean, it's interesting from kind of an OMA perspective, but what's the rationale for that as opposed to just kind of deploying this over zoning districts?
Very egalitarian. I think that was one of the feedback that, or a little bit of feedback we got from the review was that we had located our zoning in a specific spot in Manhattan, but New York has an affordable housing crisis all over all 5 boroughs. And so we had considered various ways of trying to come up with a zoning envelope that would get these affordable housing rules that we were trying to develop localized. And it seemed like this was the most egalitarian way to do it. They're 2,500 feet wide, is that right?
1,000 feet wide.
1,000 feet wide, spaced 2,500 feet apart, and they just literally stripe the whole city. And I think that would create some interesting conditions of tangency and intersection as well between where they stop and start. And there are cases where one rooftop would be in the zone and this other side of the rooftop would.
So are these lines crossing right here?
Yeah, it's in this down here. It's outside the envelope. Up here. It's outside the envelope.
But what does that do? Like that's like instead of like the whole.
It actually allows for a bit of control of where people can develop. So it's not just a Houston kind of problem of like, you can do anything anywhere you want. It's like, you can develop this type of housing in this specific spot, and they're placed in such a way that allows for like what Bo was saying, an equal opportunity for people to move where they need to move. Touching on like the point of travel and accessibility, it's like, if you are living like an hour, like if you live here in Brooklyn and you work over here, you have to go into the city and back down. But like there's opportunities now of more accessible affordable housing equally distributed across the city that are put in bands, just so there's not, chaos across the whole city. And it's like you can identify these programs and these strips and these housing as like a checkpoint in the history of New York.
This is sort of our master plan in a sense, right? Because it's encouraging the kinds of changes that need to be made and at a scale that can address it fully. But it's keeping it confined to a democratically spaced series of bands in New York.
I fundamentally disagree with that. I mean, because it's not corresponding to transportation or amenities, infrastructure at all. And how are you saying that you're basically saying the 2,500 foot band is less valuable than the 1,000 foot band?
I don't think that's
absolutely. You're not giving it FAR to the 2,500 foot band. You are to the 1,000 foot band.
Well, there are FAR bonuses still in the current incentive structure is still applicable in that area, right? And the fact is that people are gonna wanna do different things with property. Developers are gonna wanna develop different kinds of things, and whether they're in the band or out of the band. So it's not necessarily putting a priority or linking one or making one more valuable than another. It's disposing them differently, which is what some industries do.
Still just don't understand why it's not. Why don't you just say R3 through R7 gets a 1 FAR bonus, 75% for it.
For sure. There's like two different worlds of that, and we've been like back and forth between the two all semester. And we thought the bands was more interesting for the city to change the way you see it.
It's interesting as like an architectural provocation.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where we are.
I have a lot of fundamental issues with zoning in New York City. It's cut up to the point where it's like this.
Yes.
This lot is R7, this lot's R3, this one's M1. And it's like, it makes no sense.
Exactly.
It seems very discriminatory. So I look at this and I see more of that, like more arbitrary line drawing. For sure.
Well, I think partially, at least in my understanding, is intended to be a critique on that, on how arbitrarily the city is subdivided in some zoning districts, and there's no real, there's too much logic on what is what. I think you had another argument which is interesting, that if this was happening across the board, it would, they were speculating that it might have pushed development in a very intense way into certain areas that would produce a kind of intense gentrification and would leave others unchanged. So this is trying to provide some sort of unifying layer of change within the whole city, right?
Yeah.
Yes, if you look at where inclusionary housing bonuses are right now, they're totally random and very discrete points throughout the city. So.
And I will also add, so when we say 75% affordable housing, this is based off of AMI.
Yes.
Area median income. Another problem that I tend to see in New York City, especially in Manhattan, and especially in these lower areas, leading to area median income, because New York City really is a kind of really polarized landscape in terms of income and wealth. Even in areas like, for example, maybe not in this area specifically, this is Waverly, and it has had a lot of affluent people living in this area for quite some time, but in places like Harlem, for example, we get a neighborhood like East Harlem, which just started becoming gentrified about around 2007. So it's been about 15 years for East Harlem at this point. But the area median income initially, when it was when it began to be gentrified in 2007, was around $20,000, right? But now it's gone up considerably to the point where you can be a family of two and make 150 grand, and that's considered low income. You qualify for affordable housing. So if you're living in an area where a family of two, which would be like two, recent college grads making 75 grand each, like partners or something like that, they qualify for affordable housing. But those prices are not really reflective of people in the community. So it's like when you say affordable housing, I'm also obviously thinking not only about class, I'm thinking always about race, architecture. And I'm just wondering who would be the families, for example, that move into here? Because, you could have people making maybe even a family of two that brings in 150 grand a year, and they qualify for this, but that's not really reflective of poor families who are truly in need for housing. And so I mean, that's a policy change and not something for architects for us to, on that end to resolve, but I'm always wondering, well, who is affordable housing for when you think about the cutoffs and the fact that what most people would be considered, affluent qualify for it. And so I'm just wondering, you know, in terms of the types of families, you know, that would live in these spaces, and it wouldn't really diversify these spaces, or do we have a lot of new kind of recent young affluent grads who are saying, oh, I'm only making 75 or 80 grand a year, but you know, but you know, we're living in affordable housing because that's what's happening in New York right now, right?
Yeah, fleshing all that out, I mean, is really, as I'm sure you know, getting into the weeds, right? So, so you can be considered to be living affordably if you're even at 165%
Exactly.
of the AMI, right?
Right.
So you're making 65% more. And so what the current system is, and I'd imagine that this would have to get fleshed out. It was a little bit beyond the scope of this project, but currently the way that the zoning works for FAR bonuses, you get, if you do 25%, you can get the full bonus for doing just all of your affordable housing is for people who are at 30% of the AMI. Or you have to do people, a group, 15% or at 75%.
Right, they'll do
5%, percentages of people that are at different AMIs. And I kind of get the logic of why they do that. But it really does what it does by splitting it up that way is I think it diversifies the demographics that are going to be eligible for affordable housing, which I think in the long run is probably a good thing. You could argue that it's not helping the people who are the most in need, which are at the bottom end of the percentage of the AMIs, and you know.
And again, I can't remember if the developer has control authority over this part. I forgot, but over how they do those breakdown percentages, right?
The city does.
The city itself does. Okay. So yeah, the city is doing.
They're getting out the incentives through.
Okay. Okay. So then, yeah, I mean, you might get, you know, a lot of times it's a smaller percentage, maybe 10 to 15% of those affordable units. They can be people who make a, you know, 30% of the AMI, right? 15% of the AMI. I forget how they exactly break it down. I'm a little rusty on those numbers, but yeah. But it's just it's important to know that even with the affordable housing designation, you oftentimes get a lot of you know a lot of exactly right. Yeah, basically.
I think in general, CLT on the roof, very smart. Like, it makes a lot of sense. I think if issued in circumstances like this, you know, that could be devised so that every lot just has a floor on top. So it could be separated and not, you don't circulate through that. I think there's a lot of legalities to consider in a situation where you're traversing across, you know, 25 different lots and your building is resting on 25 different foundations. But it's a project too.
Yeah, we're just trying to challenge the way New York could get built and developed. So yeah, we agree. But we were like having so many headaches.
You could do that, just individual one-story additions on your building.
Lots of expansion.
And what is also the driver for when you have a completely, when it's not just an add-on onto the rooftop, but when you have an addition, like an entirely new tower that you're proposing as well? What, I don't know if you all mentioned, what is the driver at those moments that designate, okay, here's where we're not doing an add-on? This, is it a current empty lot, or is that what it is?
It would be an empty lot where like someone sells a building and so a developer buys it, and it's just like a traditional stance of building, but they're trying to get all that FAR they can, and they're doing residential in the band, and so.
And they're using CLP to get the 15% brightness FAR, so.
And did you all find empty lots down there where we
Yes, yeah.
You did, so where they're kind of positioned here, these are actual places of empty lots, or is it just kind of, you know?
Not all.
Oh, okay. So I'm trying to remember the last time I was on Waverly.
Yeah,
I don't remember seeing that.
Okay. We tried to find like single story.
Okay.
Kind of stuff as much as possible.
Or, yeah.
I mean, this is not your project at all, but I think another interesting thing is we talked about earlier, the midtown rezoning, and now with COVID, like another opportunity for the city in terms of housing is all of this commercial space that people aren't occupying.
Yeah, exactly.
But again, that's not your project.
Yeah, that came up earlier on too, of like these empty office buildings, like do they pursue, like, do they get converted into affordable housing or just housing in general? There's definitely a road we could have gone down. But it is interesting to see that new building.
Tons of, I think there's like half a million square feet vacated right now. That's what the number is.
We can just take all the WeWork buildings.
Oh, yeah, true, totally. Yeah, most of those are abandoned. I'm glad you mentioned the commercial space because to me, that also brings up an additional question. I'm wondering if in some of these add-ons, I know that residential obviously is your driver, but do you see some of these spaces also housing commercial?
Yeah.
Because you then need maybe some newer commercial areas that then start to be, places that are utilized by these lower income families, because, down the Waverly, lots of French bistros and more expensive coffee shops. I mean, many of those people living there are not going to be able to afford a lot of the commercial spaces that are currently there. So if you are subsidizing them with more affordable, affordable grocery chains or coffee shops, et cetera. Yes, or some builder so it's some commercial in here as well.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
there could be.
I don't think that was mentioned, but that would be necessary too.
Yeah.
It's a
provide
road
that
that
services.
we thought would just add another level of complexity that we weren't fully ready to tackle with the time period. But I think if we had another semester, we would definitely start to influence like these neighborhoods being fleshed out fully as street level on.
This has everything that's good that you're imagining in it.
Okay. Okay. That picture.
Yeah. Best line of the day.
Don't worry.
It's none of the bad stuff. Yes, yeah. True.
Okay, so the only comment, I really love how you say, like, this is for you to work on it.
Yeah.
But I think we're knowing something big of playing with the potential to be so smart and attractive cities. It makes sense or not, because density in cities that are so dense. When you are, when we saw in the other projects, it was about speculating with financial capital. It looks to me that you're like contracting this and like bringing social aspects of this community. I wonder which is the desire of affordable housing, family, affordable. This conflict or this contradiction is so spectacular, and I just wanted to draw it here as another task for.
Yeah.
Yes. It's nice to also see how much you're engaging in the research. It sounds like you did in the beginning. I think oftentimes that does a little bit of lip service to what we do, but it seems like you've actually really taken that on board, and that's great to see.
Learned a lot.
Yeah.
Do not want to
Still-
build in New
still
York
learning.
anytime soon.
You all three have all been to New York at some point, all three of you?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you're all familiar with the city, so, okay.
Okay, I mean, my comments, and I think we have talked about it before. I guess my question is, when all this affordable is put in place, so there is kind of a surplus of inventory in the city, how can we speculate then again globally, like within the affordable and the free markets, how does the market adjust itself? Because it probably create some sort of inflation into the housing market, and it would potentially adjust the prices also of the free market units. I don't know what you can do with that, but I think it's also a question, since you're into numbers. To explore and investigate. Because maybe there is some sort of very happy ending where everything is affordable and accessible. Anyway, great comments. Thank you so much. So we'll move to the last.
Thank you. Good job.
I'll just go to my.
Yes, absolutely. Here, you should grab one. There
Yeah. So you're a senior undergrad? Okay, awesome. That's your or you're in the fourth year. So you have one more year.
Thank you. Remind them.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
I think they already. Yeah, you can take that. I mean, I did a lot of that stuff.
I was like, this is
Thank you. Likewise.
I didn't want
I was your favorite person. Come on. No, it's the script's pretty bad. I love this stuff. Your stuff is like really, yeah. They like the is it on the App Store? Yeah, did you put one out for it?
For me, I'm only sad that I didn't get to see all of the projects. I think that the two that I did see are so interesting and so different from each other. And I always love that about a studio when we're not just seeing sort of one version of the same project. So I really want to commend you on what I saw and the different takes on what this project could be. And then you should all know that, everyone in the school is really commenting on the energy of the drawings, the sort of engagement with a difference in drawing and what the drawing can really mean and with the story that it can tell. And walking in the room, you really feel the energy that went into the projects and that's being displayed. And I really want to let you know. I mean, you probably already can tell that by just walking in here yourselves, but I just think that it's great for the school to have this focus on drawing. It's so important and how representation can really impact your thinking and your design process. I can keep talking. Or someone else.
I think all these projects talk to each other so much, and so this morning it was funny that we didn't get these two groups to go with us because the conversations with our projects could have been bettered by the whole studio. The whole studio dialogue fits into every project, so it's so lovely, and I'm also sad that each reviewer can't be part of that whole discussion. We'll have to find a way in a booklet form or something to create that conversation between the projects, and that would be fun.
Well, one of the main kind of principles of the studio was that yes, there are these 5 groups, but we're also one group. So we work together or in parallel towards a collective goal or a collective project. And there is elements of research or even elements of modeling that between the groups have been shared. Because as we're entering into this design project after the midterm, we started to find certain overlaps between projects. So it was almost that one group would act as a consultant to another. The floor plan group learning from the facade group, or the zoning group working together with affordable housing. There were all these overlaps and this synergy between the teams that I'm very happy that we've managed to get to that outcome. Whereas in my view, the goal was that each project somehow tells a story about development, about the 6 protagonists, or about the elements that create New York. And I think we have been able to address a lot of these questions.
I think what's interesting about these, looking at them collectively, is that they're all, like, you could say that the Reverie is the one that's actually a design project, but I could also argue that that's just a commentary and that just is a result. But all the other projects are really systems. And I think it's probably a more provocative way of approaching a design studio project to develop a system that everyone can kind of read into what they want, and we're not sitting here saying, well, why is that curved that way, and why is that glass and not aluminum, or we're not looking at that kind of irrelevant details of things. We're addressing a lot bigger issues. I mean, the conversation throughout the day has been all over the place, and I think all of those are real issues that you guys will encounter like every single day for the rest of your lives in architecture. in one way or another, whether it's marketing or zoning or, materiality or the invasion of technology, like, I think you're gonna be kind of faced with those dilemmas, so. Very, very provocative projects in general.
Just some nuggets, I guess, to leave with all of you. So of course, when you're doing design studio, it's a lot of speculation, right? Most of these projects are very speculative, and that's generally the nature of the design studio. I like the one question that Danelle asked earlier about this project, when she said, well, whose idea of luxury, right, is this? And so obviously the team that presented this project had to kind of think about, well, what does luxury mean to them? What's their, kind of imaginary, and that's the word that you used earlier too. And interestingly, all of my research deals with the sociospatial imaginary, right, of a good environment. But I think it's important to know, this is some research that I'm actually working on right now, this idea of how we're trained often in architecture school to think about space, often is a very esoteric way of understanding space, right? We're being trained, or you all, we're currently in architecture school, are being trained to think like designers. And while there's a positive side of that, obviously, when you attend what architecture school, especially in the West, in the United States, how our pedagogy is in our programs, I think that what we oftentimes lose sight of is this idea of perception and the fact that it's not monolithic. And oftentimes the general public, the average individual, they don't view space the way that the architects do it. For those of you who were formerly Danelle's students or attended my design workshops, you all saw the research I presented on that, right? That the average person does not view space the way architects do. So think about that. Obviously you can't get into the mind of every individual of all of these diverse opinions and perceptions in communities, but just taking a step back to think about who am I designing for and what might be the different perspectives and ways around which people might experience. Again, it's about speculation. You're not going to have all the answers. You never will. But the idea to not get stuck in the way that most of us are trained as architects to say, oh, and people are going to view this space or experience it this way. No, that's usually not the case, because we're oftentimes bringing our own bias and our own dispositions there, but trying to think about, well, how does the elderly grandma on a fixed income, how might she view this space versus the billionaire, right? Those perceptions and experiences of space are going to be different. So I just want you to carry that with you throughout your career as you embark on these design projects. So I think just knowledge of that, I don't expect you all to become environmental psychologists too. You're not going to be going out and collecting empirical data like I now do. But if you have that as a thought, I think it will start to make your projects that much more socially inclusive, that much more socially conscious and critical, even though you don't have the answers, to just realize that the experience of space and architecture is not monolithic, is not uniform, and that you're designing for, in most cases, a diversity of people. So just keep that in mind. I think it'll just make you take a step back and say, hey, everyone's not going to view this in the way that I've been trained as a designer to view it. But I think that I'm really liking what I'm seeing at the school here at UT in general, in terms of the students are much more interested in and passionate about diversity than I thought that you all would be coming here to Texas from New York. And so I'm excited about that. And I say just keep that same energy as you all continue through your career and become some of our, next great architects. Yeah.
No, this morning we were, it's very, very great that this studio is opening more questions and responses, and I really like this capacity of the studio. So this is thanks to all of you that you get really deep into this and react is like provoking.
Yeah.
It's a provocation, I think. It's a pedagogical exercise that start with a provocation, and it's provoking us a lot. It's very this morning we saw the violence of not being able to rest, or we saw the schizophrenia of capitalism through surrealism, or we saw money laundering.
Money laundering?
Money laundering.
It's coming up. It's coming up.
That's very particular. Someone asked you about the typology, and I think it was clear enough to say what it was about, right? But it's revealing. It's not about you promoting, it's about revealing. And we saw there a social resistance against capitalism with a very high bites on the leg of this monster. And we have seen here the idea of the inverted reality of the Bauhaus thing, which was, the rational components of the Bauhaus trying to survive the war, transforming history. It's very interesting to me. I mean, as much as you see, the Bauhaus was born in a terrible moment of survival, and it was about affordable houses for everyone. But later on, it becomes as a boomerang and a kind of luxury finance for naked people that want to get back in serious. But I think as much as this morning we were talking on this energy of capitalism and so on, today this afternoon we have seen the whole series, and I think it's important. It's important this idea of what New York is before and after this exercise. And I don't know. I see this thing is attractive to visit, but I don't know if I'm sure I can afford this. I mean, the picture of New York looks like unaffordable. Right? Like an empty city full of
TLT.
Yeah. Right. I mean,
Or you could have one, like a bathroom module.
One module.
One module.
We're talking with,
No windows.
with one New Yorker, which is, he's
Well, two. Yeah.
Two. Three. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I mean, this is a challenge. I really see you as heroes because this energy and the beat of New York is something that you have. Like running under the floats and tsunami, everything. So congratulations to all of you for opening these all theoretical and visual imaginations. I think that is fantastic. I learn a lot every time that I confront this studio, the vertical studio. And I'm very happy here, so thank you for the performance was exquisite. I love that part. I think it's a pedagogical model that I was also very intrigued by. So thank you so much.
Right. Also, thank you, Rafa, Todd, Kyle, Daniel, and the people who came this morning. Is the engagement and the criticism and the participation in these conversations is what fuels this project very much, and gives energy for the next chapter, for the next studio, for the next exploration. The goal is to always be curious and kind of messing around with things, take nothing for granted, and that's what we're trying to do here, scratching surfaces and trying to reach as far deep as we can. But also, it's very important to try not to take ourselves too seriously as architects. I think this is something that our profession is suffering with or by. The pleasure of being an architect, the fun or the sense of humor are being swallowed by this capitalistic monster that everybody needs to be proper and serious and rigid. So that's something we're trying to destabilize here. As you're going to enter your careers, you find yourselves quite constrained by that culture. The students will stick around a little more for some wrapping comments, but again, congratulations to everybody. This was an amazing semester. And thank you all for being here.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Really great feedback.
Congratulations, guys.
Yes, congratulations.
How many of you, this is your last studio?
Oh, yeah, graduating, congratulations.
Yeah.
What's the graduation song again? Pomp and circumstance?
What?
I don't know.
The masters or undergrad? The masters.
She's master.
Undergrad, both finishing, congrats.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Well, we will bless this.
Really bad joke. Those are your songs on YouTube being like this.
Nice meeting you. Are you?
Give it that ear. Yeah, it's on Steven.
So you
Better
were.
not have
What's that? Okay, yeah. Are we still on? Yeah.
Slam that laptop.
Yeah. Disconnect.
Yes, so are you going back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will.
It's just a super cool.
Yeah,
No, it's good, it's gone. Yeah, I think that maybe they could still hear me though. Sorry.
Good job. Beautiful cross.
Excuse me. Do you guys want a picture for yourself?
I think I need to back up.
Okay, don't keep down anything.
Okay, I'm just really getting up.
You might have to stand together in the middle and cover up some of your lines.
Okay, that works.
I think you like each other, come on.
Oh, that's good enough.
This is cute. This is like mom.
Oh, yeah. I struggling with the passion. Stand between them, Tyler. She's got this on, I'd say.
I'm a girl.
Oh, this is cute, guys. Oh, this is adorable.
That's really cute. Smile.
Okay, it took like 100.
Cool. I think of you as back, really.
Wait, let me take a break.
Yes.
Yeah,
You're like 6'2", right?
You guys are all little.
6 foot? This is a tall,
Yeah.
tall boys in there.
This is a tall
studio.
You guys have to see this picture Steven and I took,
Oh,
how
let's see.
tiny I look.
Yeah, you just put them to a fine line.
Oh my God.
He's so tall.
You look like, yeah, you
He's
do.
so tall.
Whoa, yeah, you look so tall, especially like with the tall, I think you're wearing flats. I'm not.
Took some candid ones, you know, big candid.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hook 'em.
Let me get a little bit.
Oh, hook 'em, sister.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna Photoshop the back.
Here, let me do the one.
Have you seen this? Everyone takes pictures
Yeah.
like, popping champagne in the fountain.
Oh, yeah.
That's their graduation.
There was a fountain and I would say everybody.
Actually, the last one was for but it wasn't.
We took pictures of that.
You haven't seen that in the fountain? Really?
I saw somebody like
Yeah.
stepping out of it the other day.
Yeah, they all get it. They're all straight.
And then just like.
We did that in our.
They-
It's a thing.
One more. Yeah.
Sad you didn't have a good fountain.
Yeah, I know.
I thought it was me.
Yeah,
Aw, that's so cute. Wait, you guys still there? Allie. Allie, get in there.
It's like a full month.
Next day, so
so.
Drop them in the chat.
Yes, it was fun, but if you ever walk.
Hey.
We had a.
Oh my God.
Go for it.
Solo.
I brought up the conversation. You're gonna have